things I think while I lie awake and contemplate tonight are wearing me out. Well, maybe tomorrow the world will wake and get it right, but I have my doubts, yeah. During the day, well, I design machines of war that scream through the sky. 'Cause I, for one, I like to go to bed free at night under these stars and stripes. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. Yes, I have my doubts, but they'll wind you up and pull the cord until you're spun right out. And I don't understand. Roll the dice and raise the price to feed the machine's mouth. Call it the progress of man. And I have my doubt that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts. And I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. And I have my doubts. So I'll drink my stuff and raise some hell and shoot my guns to the end of my time. You can have the booze and go to hell and take the guns, but I know they won't be mine. That we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. Yes, I have my doubts. So we're all messed up and out of touch. Let's text someone who's in the other room. So don't wonder why we don't say hi or know anyone. I might as well move to the moon. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. Well, the things I think while I lie awake and contemplate tonight are wearing me out.
Good afternoon. Man, I'm telling you, I just keep a close eye on this Iran-Iraq situation. It just seems to me like it's not letting up, and there's been reports of troop movements, I guess, all around the country. So I know yesterday it was kind of weird when that truck came through here. Like I say, it was just like what they call a day cab semi. No sleeper or nothing like that on it, but you can tell it was Army or military or whatever, National Guard, whatever. No trailer on it, but it was followed by a pickup truck with some kind of lights on top. They weren't lit up or anything like that. Don't know, but they kind of flew past here, and it's kind of crazy. And like I said, I would keep a close eye on it because that situation is very fluid, and all it's going to take is one event, and next thing you know, something major. We'll see. Only time will tell. I would just say be ready. We're not looking at the same situation that we were in 2001, for instance. Not even close. So we need to be aware of that. We also have to remember how much we've been drained down since 2001 and how little effort went to new technology. So since even longer before that. So, it is what it is. But I would say keep a close eye on it. Tie up any loose ends that you can whatsoever, because we could potentially be looking at anything from a cyber attack, which is very possible, or again, we could be looking at an all-out war. In that instance, I don't think it's going to just stay over there. I just don't. For one, I think it's going to involve other countries, larger countries. But at the same time, I think all these other countries have kind of figured it out by now that the U.S. loves war, but not on its own homeland, right? So it's only a matter of time before these countries try to bring war to our homeland. Not saying they'll succeed, but what kind of damage will they do in the process of trying? So, but anyway, nothing really in particular to talk about. Just like I say, keep an eye on the Iran situation. It's in the headlines quite a bit. Just insanity, absolute insanity. I'll just go ahead and get into those. We'll just kind of make it a simple night. From last night, I don't know if I shared this out last night or not. Keep out of Libya. Gruesome videos of Tripoli military academy strike emerge as UN envoy decries foreign meddling. I don't know if I read that one yesterday or not. Netanyahu backs away from Soleimani assassination, warns ministers to stay out of purely American event. Interesting. U.S. deploys 6 B-52 strategic bombers to the Indian Ocean base amid drastic spike in tensions with Iran, says a report. Iranian MPs declare all of U.S. military terrorist entity after General Soleimani killing. Iran not interested in having nukes, will stick to JCPOA once given benefits in return, says the UN envoy. Germany to withdraw part of its military forces from Iraq. A burial of slain Iranian General Soleimani delayed due to huge crowds and a stampede that killed 40, said state media. South Korea moves Patriot missile unit to Seoul amid growing uncertainty over denuclearization talks with Pyongyang, says a report. Pakistan wants Tesla plant of its own as Gigafactory opens in China. 2 pilots killed as Air Force trainer jet crashes in Pakistan. Power outages, buildings damaged, and fatality reported as another earthquake rocks Puerto Rico. Putin is on visit to Syria, has held talks with Assad, says the Kremlin. Americans approve of Trump's assassination of Soleimani, even though 60% had never heard of them, says a poll. I don't know where they're getting. First week of legal marijuana sales brings in nearly $11 million in Illinois. Is Beijing backpedaling on key issue of U.S.-China trade deal? Facebook bans deepfakes ahead of U.S. election, but vows no collateral damage against satire or parody videos. Exchange firm TravelX resorts to hard copies after ransomware attack. Iraq asks the U.S. to clarify after letters with different message on troop withdrawal received. Evidence. What evidence? Pompeo shows no proof of imminent Soleimani attacks. Canadian troops temporarily pulling out of Iraq for safety reasons. Kids aged 12 and 13 shot by driver after throwing snowballs at passing cars. That happened in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Trump follows Pentagon and State Department lead, says he wants U.S. troops out of Iraq eventually, but not just yet. Well, obviously not just yet. Iraqi militias threaten to send U.S. troops home in coffins and target civilians if they re-elect Trump. That is kind of an interesting threat, if you listen to that. They will send U.S. troops home in coffins and target civilians if they re-elect Trump. Well, think about that. If they are saying civilians, okay, doesn't that mean here they're not going to take out their own civilians because the U.S. re-elected Trump, are they? Might want to pay a close eye to that headline. Anyway, that is the headlines. Wow, that was quicker than I thought it would be. Let me go ahead and grab you something. Fun. Hang on, I'm getting there. Okay, start out with this one from Florida McKee. It's titled, Alert, Another Giant Earthquake Slams Puerto Rico. Critical information no one is talking about.
It is 5:30 in the morning Eastern Time here in Florida, and about 1 hour ago, another massive earthquake slammed the island of Puerto Rico. They were hit yesterday, the day before. They have been having these little swarms of earthquakes since the 28th of December. It's being reported now that the entire island is without power, total blackout. There's an aspect of this story that no one is talking about, and I need to cover this because it's critical and it affects nearly all of North America. This area, this region that you see on your screen here, that Puerto Rico's right here, this is the island that's having all the earthquakes. All the way down through here, Panama, this entire thing is called the Caribbean Plate. The Panama Canal is not equipped to deal with a major earthquake. They have been having problems keeping it open simply because of the water shortages that have been going on. If there were a quake along this fault line that would slow down or stop shipping in the Panama Canal, it would only be a matter of weeks before the damage to the economy of North America would be irreparable. A lot of people don't realize how connected the world is, how many ships have to go through there every day, how many have to on their way to Asia, and how many have to come through our direction from. And without that, it's only a matter of days, maybe a week, and the stores will be empty. It would be a devastating, devastating blow that no one can really stop. People have talked about China controlling the canal, or if there would even be an attack on the canal, but nobody really talks about natural disaster. And that's what's happening. And by the way, June 26th, 2019, only 6 months ago, a very large earthquake struck very near the Panama Canal. And it got people thinking. It got people worried. And nothing happened after that, but it's all part of the same system. And people have warned about this. They really worried about it about 10 years ago when that major quake hit Haiti. And this is the exact same fault line. This is a strike-slip fault. These are the kind of faults that do the major damage, that have the real big, nasty earthquakes. When they go, they take everything out. And no one has really talked about this, but it's due. It's actually about, I think, 1927 would have been 300 years for it, and they say every 300 to 800 years. So we're about 400 years in now, into that window. And there's a fault, by the way, that runs right through it. And I mean, it wouldn't take much. Just water draining a different way, different currents, a landslide that blocks something. There's very little margin for error for a lot of these ships that go through there. And like I said, I mean, the canal itself, even if it survived, even if there was a problem in the lake where sandbars were where they weren't before, and the ships couldn't get through the lake. A lot of people don't realize there's the canal side here dumps into this huge lake, and then there's the canal side over here. So many different things can go wrong. So many things have to happen right that this hasn't happened yet. It's been a miracle. And here's a better picture of, this is from when this happened in Haiti, but it's the exact same thing. Now it's just happening over here in Puerto Rico. This star is the major earthquake that destroyed almost all of Haiti. And there's a fault that runs right through here, one through here, and now we're seeing this thing light up. Be very honest with you, I know guys on YouTube saying that you should go to the store and stock up, or like a dime a dozen, but guys, think about it. Think about it critically. If something, and the earthquakes are happening now at a faster pace, and they're getting bigger. If something would happen with the Panama Canal, 3 days. 3 days during normal demand is what normal Walmarts have. Maybe 5 in some areas. And the numbers, let's see if I can find them here. 252 million long tons of goods every year. That's 670,000 tons a day. 670,000 tons, not pounds, tons of goods every day, back and forth. That's oil tankers, that's gas tankers, that's goods coming from China, that's grain cargoes going to places in Asia from here. All stopped. All stopped or forced to go down around the tip of South America. You know what would happen to the insurance rates and the cost of doing business Even if there were goods, they'd be insanely expensive. So if you're not stocked up, you better get stocked up. Because this fault line is lighting up now. And like I said, it was only 2010 when this thing hit Haiti, and now we're seeing it hit Puerto Rico 1 time, 2 times. This is the third major quake since the 28th of December. And what's today, the 7th of January? In less than 2 weeks. And only 6 months ago, there was an earthquake literally right on top of the Panama Canal. It wasn't huge, but it was big enough to get some people's attention. And this was only 5:06 a.m., I guess not even an hour ago. 6.5 magnitude earthquake struck Puerto Rico before dawn on Tuesday, the largest in a series of quakes that have hit the U.S. territory in recent days and caused heavy damage in some areas. A tsunami alert was initially issued for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, but was later canceled. The Electric Power Authority reported an island-wide power outage. The U.S. Geological Survey said the quake hit at 4:24 a.m. just south of the island at a shallow depth of 10 kilometers. It initially gave the magnitude as 6.6, but later adjusted it. Albert Rodriguez, who is from the southwest town of Huanica, said the tsunami sirens went off before officials canceled the alert. He said there's widespread damage in his neighborhood. The road is cracked in the middle and is lifted up. And here's a picture of a house that is collapsed on top of a car. France Press said people wrote on social media that they were shaken awake by the quake's force. She was wrenched from sleep. Everybody's awake. It's all over, but they're scared. No immediate reports of damage or injuries. We expect that this will be the largest quake for now. The aftershocks will continue for some time. 5.8 magnitude quake struck early Monday, collapsed 5 homes. So, like I said, and the flurry of quakes in Puerto Rico's southern region began the night of December 28th. So this thing started to, come alive like 2 weeks ago. And this talks about 1918, about 100 years ago, at magnitude 7.3, that unleashed a major tsunami. And, that could be something else to think about, too. If there was, depending on where it hit, the U.S. could be at risk. If it were to shake here and cause a tsunami, a lot of people don't think about places like Puerto Rico causing that kind of a tsunami, but it has the ability to. And if that were to be bad enough, if they could not get cargo through the canal, guys, even if the damage were repairable and fixable, it would take weeks. Especially if there were a ship in the canal at the time that the earthquake hit, and whatever damage was caused by that ship, and it was grounded or sunk in the... think about that for a minute. If that thing got twisted or turned sideways and damaged those locks, they'd have to remove the ship, somehow get the ship out of there. The ship itself could be damaged. It would block traffic for who knows how long. And getting repair crews into the region because of the damage that would occur around the canal would take forever. Plus the people, human beings have to operate that canal. Major earthquake happens, and maybe, they lose people. People die in earthquakes all the time. Or those people have to take care of their families, or they can't even, the roads are blocked and they can't even get to work. They could have that problem. There are all sorts of things can go wrong, and the critical nature of the Panama Canal operating 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, nonstop, is national security level stuff. Without that, it's only a matter of days, maybe a week, before the damage starts to cascade. So, anyway, nobody is talking about this aspect of these earthquakes, and I would rather be the guy that people laugh at and say you were wrong, having warned and erred on the side of caution, than be the guy that said, no, that wasn't important, I shouldn't have told anybody about that, because I might be laughed at. And like I said, The Panama Canal was hit just 6 months ago with one. I'll give you the links. Like, share, subscribe.
Alrighty. Got one from the Prepared Mind here titled Off to the Rodeo.
Welcome back to the Prepared Mind channel. Guess what? We've got some big action going on, right? We had the head man, the big general over there in Iran, and was killed last week. And it was called an assassination. My belief is that it was an act of war, but that's that's what I think the Iranians are going to consider it, an act of war against them. Right. I think it's best to understand what's going on, not only from your domestic or your personal perspective, but the perspective of others around you, so you can understand and predict what their responses are going to be. And the prediction about the Iranian response is that it's going to be dramatic, it's going to be big, and that it may not be instant. But we've had what? We've had shellings of American bases in Iraq. We've had Kenyan attacks or attacks on Americans in Kenya. These may be local retaliatory, shall we say, responses. But Iran is a significant military force, and there's a hell of a good chance they're going to do a number of things. The most obvious is closing the Strait of Hormuz. Another one is their just absolute hatred for Israel. They could attack Israel, and Iran has some serious missiles. And additionally, they have a very large terror network. I mean, that's what the United States government has accused them of being, is a huge terror sponsor. Hezbollah being under their control reputedly. And so it's not surprising to think and consider that they've got terror cells here in the United States of America. Now, Iran is, in my view, one of the single biggest SHTF threats, I think, for the United States of America. You know, probably third to China and Russia, but definitely, I think, less measured. I won't say less intelligent, but they are definitely more radical. And that radicalization comes from the 1950s CIA installation of the Shah of Iran. That is, they overthrew the government there. And this is post-World War II, right? But they started right up, the CIA did. And then in the late 70s, the Muslim forces, right, deposed the Shah, got rid of him, and they've had a theocracy there ever since. The Ayatollahs, right, are the theocratic leaders, and then they've had their military leaders. And remember that little character Ahmadinejad? Well, he was there for the revolution, if you want to call it that. And we've had this radical anti-American Muslim theocracy, you know, a religious-based government structure in charge of Iran. And Iran isn't an Arab country. It is a Persian country, right? Iran, Aryan. The Germans of World War II felt that white people came from Arya or Iran. So there's a lot of weird racial information or racial perspectives, as well as religious perspectives. They're not Arabs, they're Persians, and they aren't stupid. They're very intelligent. You know, the world isn't populated by just smart Americans. You know, India and Pakistan are both nuclear powers, and the threat with Iran is that it would become a nuclear power. And the risk and threat of Israel is that it is a secret nuclear power. And so with the, shall we say, escalation between the United States and Iran, I think it's going to get worse. You've got two groups of people who are fanatical in a lot of different ways. And I'm not putting down the United States of America, but we have a belief that we're big enough that if you mess with us, we're just going to kick your ass. The Iranians are big enough and radical enough that they have a belief that they can reach out and touch someone and fuck with them. And they will every chance they get. And they do. They tie up the Strait of Hormuz, or they could tie it up. It's an extremely significant area of the world. If they do that, oil prices could shoot well over $100 a barrel instantly, basically. And as high, some predict, as $150 a barrel. Because well over a third of the world's oil comes through there. Now, the Iranian oil goes largely to Europe, I believe. Or the other oil that comes out of there goes around the world, of course. But if they can tie that up, it's going to put the hurt on everyone. And we're already rather crippled. So as you can see, we have a definite multifaceted SHTF scenario that's playing out. I really strongly recommend everyone having food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, means of self-defense. Have all that stuff together with your plan. And, we just don't know what's going to happen. Now, there was also the claim on Saturday that Iran hacked into U.S. government computers. And that is especially concerning, especially since we're so dependent on internet connectivity and technology, that if they can do that, right, what else can they get into? And people might say, they can't get in, they're not that good, our hackers are better. That's that whole we're better than them and they're better, right? They're not as good. But they were able to hack into our super secret drones and land one in Iran several years ago. They are every bit as clever as we are. And interestingly, the Russians have shown that while we all have the same math and technology, the way people think and their minds operate, they can find new and unique and different ways to utilize technology. So what I'm saying there is they may have thought of ways to get in that we didn't think about. Right? People think about things different ways. We want stealth planes, and the Russians were like, fuck it, let's just make rockets that move so fast they can't be tracked or stopped. And what good is a plane compared to a rocket that's moving 10 times faster? It's just different ways of thinking around the world. And it puts us in a position where we're very vulnerable. And I've noted throughout my whole life about the vulnerability of the United States of America domestically here. You and I, we can just get in a car, travel wherever we want. We don't need permission, don't have to answer questions unless you're down on the border, I guess. You can just go everywhere we want, and you can just drive up to facilities and look at things for the most part. That's a luxury of freedom. But we have a very, shall we say, vulnerable infrastructure. And Iran knows this. They can get into it with computers. They have submarines, though I doubt we wouldn't know about them. Russians have some incredible submarine technology, but still, I know we've got secrets that we don't tell the world about, our country, the United States of America. So everyone is really coming at this conflict, right? All of a sudden, China's off the map, and Kim Jong-un is lonely over there kicking rocks again because no one's paying attention to him. Didn't we have an impeachment a few weeks ago, just before Christmas? Now there's no impeachment talk. Now it's all about Iran and Whether or not the president has authority, well, the the Congress gave the president authority to declare war. In fact, it's not even a declaration of war that's needed to have a military attack, or what others may consider an act of war. Right? If it's in the national defense, the whole national defense, national security sphere of thinking, the president's allowed to act without seeking congressional approval. I mean, can you imagine? Let's just say, for example, the Iranians used a submarine. They parked it off Florida, and they bombed the ever-loving shit out of Miami. Do you think we have time to wait for Congress to fly back, to get their act together, to talk, to vote? Right? We don't have that kind of time. So the president's authorized to make particular moves militarily. And my understanding is, right, the military plans for this stuff well ahead of time, and they're well aware of what's going on anyways. So there's some other considerations here. The General Soleimani, whatever the hell his name was, because apparently he's dead, he was in Iraq. And he wasn't there for the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, right? He's there doing the same thing American military advisors do. He was there to raise interest, to gain more allies in Iraq. He's there causing trouble for the United States, but he's trying to better the Iranian position. He's not there not causing problems for us. He's there to cause problems for us, just as the United States is there to cause problems for him. So this attack on Suleiman, right? It wasn't in Iran proper, right? And they've been doing their best to cause problems. In fact, it's claimed that he was planning on killing many hundreds or many thousands of Americans in a very short amount of time. So, if that's the case, you can kill the man, but the message, the war, right, was already coming. Now, Iran has been functioning, operating under a very strict and a long-term U.S. sanctions sanctioning that has just crippled them economically. And they've still managed to keep a military. They've still managed to increase their military hardware capability. And it's interesting they've been able to do that. But their people have suffered greatly. The people are always the ones who suffer, while a government, does all it can to increase its power militarily. And it's interesting that that's always the priority. But the Iranian people have been hurt. The radical militant Iranian people, they really hate the United States government. And, but the people suffer. And if the Iranian people have suffered because of the Iranian government, the Iranian military won't care if the American people suffer as they punish the American government, the United States government. The American government's, it's an argument. Anyways, the point being is they would have no problem. They would have no moral, there'd be nothing to morally stop them from wanting to punish the United States. And it doesn't matter that we, the people, would be hurt. They could take out our power grid very easily, large sections of it very easily. And they're more than willing to do it, I'm sure. If they have their cells in place here in America, right, the cells of Iranian terrorists, and they have plans, right, they can execute them and send out lone wolf, or rather independent cells that just go out and commit mayhem, right, taking down the electrical grid, messing with the water systems. I mean, going after fuel depots, not just gas stations, but depots where there's just those giant tanks, they're just loaded with fuel that we need. They could take out natural gas pipelines, oil pipelines. They can do a number of things to disrupt America very easily and very quickly. They could do it over the course of a week or in as little time as a day. They could really put the hurt on this country. And it's coming. You could say it's been brewing since 1979, or you could say it's been brewing since 1952, or you could say it's been brewing since World War II, when the Iranians were friends with Hitler. They're good old buddies with the Nazis. It's not the same Iranians. It's not the same people. Right? It's not. But that's people have long memories, and they adopt the enemies of their fathers or their mothers, because nobody's perfect. Right? There's going to be people remembering Hillary Clinton. This isn't about men and women. It's about people. Anyways, I strongly recommend that everyone be prepared. 2020 is looking very shaky. It's looking shaky politically. It's looking very shaky economically, monetarily. But the military war component is coming together in a big way. And particularly the big cities, I think, are most vulnerable for a number of reasons we've pointed out in the past and discussed. That the cities don't make food. They don't have their own food. They get their water piped in from other places. And electricity, it comes from other places and comes in through power lines. And fuel as well. A lot of cities have fuel depots, oil refineries right in them and near them. What a mess we've got. What a start to the week, huh? It's coming, though. It really is. You need to be prepared for everything that's coming. I'm expecting, literally, so that I'm not shocked, right? I'm expecting a lot of trouble to come out of Iran. And it may take a few more weeks. It may take a couple of months. But they aren't going to forget this, right? They're not going to forget. Now, on the flip side, let's run back over to the United States. If Iran gets out of hand, and it seems like they're already trying, or at least these small independent Iranian factions are trying, they could get themselves in a world of hurt with the United States real quick. Anywhere from dropping tactical nukes to other ordnance. I've got to tell you, it could get really ugly for the Iranians real quick. Now, as far as the Chinese go, Chinese are interesting in this. Well, let's hit on the Russians first. Let's understand where the Russians are. Putin is really smart. He's very conservative. He's a strategist, right? He's a consummate political chess player, and he has his own fuel. In fact, Russia's huge importer of energy to Europe. So if we go to war with Iran, it's actually going to make Russia's oil and gas more valuable. Putin is not hurt by this. Putin's an ally of Iran, yes, but Putin, he can sit back and watch America hurt Iran and Iran hurt America and Europe, and Putin benefits because he's got his own fuel and he sells it. And if they fuck up the Persian Gulf, he wins. It's actually in his financial interest to see this happen. China, on the other hand, is hurting financially. They're sinking into an industrial recession, meaning their industrial output is coming down because the whole world is coming down. But they do not have their own fuel source like Russia. They need it, and they get a lot of their energy or oil from Iran and out of the Middle East. And so that would definitely hurt China. So China doesn't want to see a war, I'm sure, because that'll affect their ability to get energy. So they don't want to see a war, and their ally is Iran. But if rockets and bombs start getting traded, does China want to make it worse by causing more war? The Chinese are still a bit of shall we say, a wild card in this. At least to me, they are. I'm confident that China, Russia, Iran, and many parts of the world would love to see the United States government trashed, trounced, if you want to use that word, because we've done very well over the past 100 years, going back to World War I and II, and it's been quite a run we've had, being at the top of the game, and everyone likes to bring down the number one player so someone else can take it up. But Iran's going to cause us a lot of trouble. And with China and Russia backing them in a variety of different ways, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. What I do know is they're halfway around the world. They're on the other side of the world. And, this is going to get messy. There's just no two ways around it. 2020, we're there. We've got an election coming up later in the year. Politics is completely off the hook. Colin Kaepernick is trying to turn this into a race, making it about race. Hey, Colin, Iranians are white, you dumbass. Oh my God, we're Caucasian, if we even want to go and use that term. Everyone is looking to jump on this and jump on everything. Everyone wants to get in everyone's throats and their faces. They want to get into their pockets and steal their shit. Really, when you talk about countries, Iran, Russia, the United States, China, Europe, a huge portion of their gross domestic product, their income, in other words, is spent on defense, right? Tanks, ships, planes, guns, military, right? Defense. We as people here in the United States of America, if that's what they're doing, should we not do the same? Should we not think on behalf of our own defense? That's what being a prepper is, right? Food, you got to feed your defense force, and drink and medical, everything you need, right? A means of self-defense. If they're defending themselves on that level, we need to be ready and prepared to defend ourselves on this level. If nations around the world are taking their excess dollars, cash, and buying gold and silver, shouldn't we, the people, take any reserve or excess cash we have and put it into gold and silver reserves and then have a strong defense? You see, it just makes sense, right? If it works on the macro, it works on the micro. And it should. Not everything. I mean, everything isn't scalable 100%, right? We don't have nuclear bombs, the size of the tip of the pen here, but we do have the ability to defend ourselves. So we should avail ourselves to it. And if you aren't convinced, right, that it's a scary world out there, then you're just not paying attention. If you are paying attention, we don't need to be alarmed, but we need to make calculations, right? We need to figure out where the best place to be is. And again, that's something else that countries do. They find the best places to put their defense at. Right? So shouldn't you do the same? Shouldn't you? It's a great question to ask. It's one I ask all the time. Where should I be? Where I live right now is a terrific SHTF place for a lot of different reasons. Is there someplace better? Is there someplace safer? Is there someplace more advisable? That's a question you need to ask yourself. Anyways. Let's see how this week shakes out, okay? Right? It's going to get silly. It's going to get crazy. Chance favors the prepared mind. Is yours. Food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, means of self-defense, and a plan. It's not really as easy as it sounds, but it's easy to take those small steps and start getting together what you need. I really expect we're going to find out this week right, where this Iranian confrontation leads. And I'm pretty sure it's not to cooperation and a loving spirit between the two countries. Yikes. I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty. Got one here from We Are Change titled, Putin Makes Big Move. Even Israel wants none of Trump's madness.
Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. Lots to get into today. I was going to do an overall news video, but I couldn't with the important developments surrounding Iran, which we're going to get into in this video, specifically focusing on the reactions from Russia, Saudi Arabia, and a very surprising reaction from Israel regarding all the latest developments, as of course, not just the military is on high alert, but the world is on high alert, waiting to see what will happen next. And we're going to take a look into that, plus a lot more, from an independent news organization that is neither left nor right. We don't follow any gang affiliations. We don't follow any power, authority, or influence of any corporation or government, mainly because we are supported by you. And one easy way to support us is by going to the Patreon alternative, Subscribe Star, and just even subscribing for $1 a month. $1 a month. If every one of our viewers did that, we would promise to do our best to change the world with that money. And because some of you individuals still do and keep us around, thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart, especially during this critical time when we are under massive attack for voicing news from both sides of the story. So again, everyone who clicks the link right now in the description on Subscribe Star and just gives $1, thank you so much for allowing us to exist. Now, just a couple of moments ago, the world got a glimmer. The world finally was able to relax and release a sigh of relief that finally maybe the U.S. troops were going home from the Middle East, specifically Iraq. Since, of course, the United States spent trillions of dollars, close to 1 million lives for democracy in Iraq, that acted democratically by voting to expel U.S. troops from its country, with even a letter being released by the Department of Defense that was publicly sent out to the world, officially stating from the U.S. military that it would respect Iraqi sovereignty and the requests of the Iraqi parliament and officially withdraw from the region as asked. Shocking, surprising news, especially when I saw this official letter. I saw a whole bunch of Trump supporters coming out saying, see, the 4D chess worked. The 4D chess actually happened to fruition. This was Trump's plan all along. QAnon told me, I'm telling you, this was going to happen. And all those people were absolutely incorrect, as the DOD offered more statements saying that no, that this was not an official letter. The United States is not withdrawing its troops from Iraq, and that this letter wasn't, quote, officially signed. Now, what's very interestingly is that when you look in this original photo of this document, you could see the same letter written in the native language of Iraq, and also possibly even signed. And of course, what's really interesting here is that this letter was most likely leaked by someone in the U.S. military who does not want war and more war in the Middle East, or it was released by someone in the Iraqi official government that maybe even got the letter. But the United States official response is no, we are not going to respect Iraqi sovereignty, as more U.S. personnel and military is moving into the region, moving into the country. And as one young military soldier from the 82nd Airborne says, quote, "We're going to war, bro." Yeah, bro. And as the defense secretary says, that the United States needs to still occupy Iraq and have its troops there so it could literally make Iraq more independent. By the way, I retweeted this. If you want to see the full video, just follow me on twitter.com/LukeWeAreChange. The link is down below as well. And of course, we have to understand that this is the same current U.S. Secretary of Defense with, of course, very strong connections to Raytheon, the military-industrial complex war machine that, of course, is making a killing off of the killing. Again, this man held very lucrative and coveted positions in Raytheon, and he is one of the people that will be deciding the fate of American teenagers, and also, of course, Iranian teenagers that will be sent off to the next big potential conflict. So when he says essentially things that we like this, that we need to occupy a country for their independence, you definitely shouldn't be surprised. And you also shouldn't be surprised when there is a $4.2 billion show of force, as there recently was at a Utah U.S. military base, where 52 symbolic F-35A aircraft, which by the way cost $1.5 trillion to develop, decided to do a photo op to represent the larger show of force, specifically designed symbolically to represent the number of Americans that were held captive during the 1979 Iran U.S. Embassy hostage crisis, which even some people who were a part of, some people who were previously captured by the Iranian regime are saying, please, I don't want anything to do with these latest escalations against Iran. So yeah, even former U.S. ambassadors that were held hostage by Iran are saying, Donald Trump and the military-industrial complex, you are going too far on this one. And when I look at this, I really think it's an utter waste of money, especially when you look at the amount of debt that the United States is in, that it will never pay off. Why? So we could have airplanes that we could taunt other countries whose military is 1/10, if not even that, is absolutely insignificant compared to ours. We have to taunt a nation with how indebted we are to the military-industrial complex. It's honestly a little bit ridiculous and ill-conceived, in my opinion. But of course, if you think I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section why you think I am wrong. But moving forward, especially to the other countries' reactions to a lot of these latest developments in the Middle East, the first one that I specifically want to concentrate on is, of course, Russia, with Russian President Vladimir Putin making a surprise visit to Syria for a military briefing. He, of course, publicly met with the current ruler of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, at the Damascus airport, and has even proposed to help, quote, secure Iraqi airspace with S-400 air defense systems, which is a direct slap against the tensions that are mounting between the United States and the Iraqi government in the region, which representatives, again, are saying specifically about these S-400 missile defense systems that they can, quote, ensure the country's sovereignty and reliable airspace protection, which of course is a calculated chess move by Putin, who is clearly preparing himself for something major that will unfold in the region, and something definitely major will unfold. It's only, quote, a matter of time. Now, the interesting response that I personally didn't see coming is the response from Benjamin Netanyahu that actually distanced himself and Israel from the latest very aggressive actions by Donald Trump assassinating this Iranian general. Specifically, even telling his own ministers that they should stay out of it. This being a specific message by Netanyahu to his security cabinet. And even though Israel praised Donald Trump for initially committing the action and has wanted to assassinate this general for a very long time and has been pushing for this, now they are pushing back and saying that there's no reason that Israel should be involved here, which is kind of crazy, especially since when you look at that specific assassination, it predominantly works in the favor of Israel and Saudi Arabia, while, of course, only hurting American policy and the view of the world against America, which is becoming less and less favorable by these egregious actions. And now even Israel turns their back publicly against a man that has been accused of serving Israel first rather than the United States. That, of course, is Donald Trump. But again, just like with any government, it's important to be skeptical of any government official statement, since of course it could be part of a larger disinformation propaganda effort. Now, the second country that benefited from these egregious actions by Donald Trump is of course Saudi Arabia. You know, the country that had a large part in 9/11, you know, the country that sponsored Sunni Wahhabism, sponsored ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra and other radical forms of Islam all over the world, specifically financing mosques and schools that promoted a lot of and created a lot of the Western terrorism that we have seen in the world. Yeah, you know those guys? You know those guys? Yeah. Well, now the White House is being accused of a cover-up as it's being revealed that the Saudi Crown Prince's brother had an Oval Office meeting with Donald Trump and, of course, Jared Kushner, who, by the way, negotiated better military hardware for Saudi Arabia. And the three met to discuss the assassination of this general and kept quiet about it, so of course no one would find out. With specifically the White House keeping the meeting off of the president's schedule and doing their best to hide it from the media and press pool that we're not informed of this off the books, off the record secret meeting that Donald Trump is having with Saudi Arabia. This, of course, until Saudi Arabia officially released photos of the meeting, including showing a very happy Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, who many people believe has satanic origins. But that's what, that's just what some other people believe. But it's pretty clear that Saudi Arabia and Israel have the most to profit from these egregious actions, since their major counterpart in the region is, of course, Iran. The big losers is, of course, the world that is less safe because of these egregious actions, and there's no denying this. Any U.S. personnel, any U.S. workers in the region have been asked to immediately leave, and they are leaving, including Chevron employees. There are massive public gatherings of support for these Iranian military officials that were assassinated, to the point where even 50 people were just recently killed at the funeral of this Iranian general, 200 injured because of such huge crowds in the street. PR couldn't look any more horrible than it is right now for the United States, especially for Donald Trump. Not only talking about going after cultural sites, which he is reiterating, saying that he will do, even though many people in his own cabinet are contradicting him on. But now, as I reported to you in my last video, the Iraqi Prime Minister has again confirmed that it was Donald Trump that asked for help, for mediation from this Iranian general, convinced him to come to Iraq on the disguise of peace talks. This, of course, is a totally different story that the Department of Defense is telling us right now, with supposedly an imminent attack that this general had planned that we are not seeing any evidence of. Again, if the United States is saying very conveniently that this man wanted an immediate attack, he was going to hurt and kill Americans if we didn't act, well, if you're going to say that, we're going to need some evidence, and we haven't had that. What we do have is the Iraqi Prime Minister publicly saying that it was Donald Trump that lured this Iranian general on the disguise of holding peace talks. So this general, according to the Iraqi Prime Minister, was on a peace mission. Add that to the fact that this Iranian general was even praised by the American mainstream media 3 years ago for, quote, defeating ISIS. And of course, you have a nightmare PR situation that's only going to unfold more disastrously as the world awaits a response from Iran. And again, the Iranian government officials are answering back by even chanting death to America and voting to designate all U.S. forces and Pentagon employees as terrorists. Officially, some of the information that we are getting is that the Iranian military, are planning 13 scenarios of revenge that will, quote, create a historic nightmare for the United States. And this is all according to a top official in Iraq, which again will just escalate tensions and create a tit-for-tat situation. No communication, no diplomacy, only a full-scale war, which is absolutely stupid and idiotic for either side to continue in the participation of. And sadly, the hopes for peace look less likely here. And of course, as this is happening, communication, dialogue, diplomacy is even breaking down to a newer low level than it already has been, as the United States is now denying a visa to the Iranian foreign minister, which will prevent him from attending the UN Security Council meeting specifically about this issue. The Secretary of State, Pompeo, is also limiting U.S. diplomats' contact with Iranian opposition groups, and this again will further the destruction of any cohesive dialogue. And when dialogue fails, wars become inevitable. Now, I think it's pretty clear here, no matter who you are, no matter what government you represent, no matter what side you represent, the second you start to act in a way to hurt, maim, or kill people, you're officially in the wrong. And I think if we all just stopped and thought about this for a while, this is absolutely stupid and pointless. For what reason is all of this happening? This doesn't secure your U.S. interest. This doesn't make America great again. It indebts this country. It destroys this country. The same people that told us that there was weapons of mass destructions in Iraq are the same people puppeteering those same similar lines, including lines from the last Iraq war, lines from Dick Cheney that have absolutely proven not to be true. There's so many people out there that are literally just regurgitating neocon propaganda, and these are the same people that just literally weeks ago were denouncing the deep state. And now they're literally regurgitating deep state talking points to you as if it's gospel. I'm completely shocked at what is happening, especially in, quote, alternative media. There's a huge subject of people who absolutely supported me when I was against the deep state, when, of course, they were going against Donald Trump. But when Donald Trump is using the deep state intelligence reports, the deep state talking points, now it's somehow okay? No, it is absolutely not. And I know so many people who are afraid to go against this vocal, small group of individuals who are attacking everyone who don't want war, who show you both sides of the story. Well, guess what? We're not afraid here at We Are Change. We will always keep our principles. We will always keep our virtues and our morals, because that is the only thing we have. And we have it because of your support, because of you sharing this video, because of you pushing through that troll mob, because of you pushing through the YouTube algorithm that manipulates and hurts this channel for even talking about these issues. Because you do that, this is why I try to end every single video by saying I love you guys. Thank you again so much for watching. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org.
Alrighty, got one here from Israeli News Live titled Netanyahu once wanted Iran bombed, now lays low.
Erev
Tov Chavrim. I'm Stephen Benoon. You're watching Israeli News Live. RT is reporting today that Netanyahu backs away from the Soleimani assassination, warns ministers to stay out of purely American event. You know, it's really kind of strange that he's doing that now, especially after the fact that he's been calling for a war with Iran and wanting America to back Israel for years, in fact. He goes in here, it says here, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has reportedly warned his cabinet not to get too involved in the U.S. murder of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Lest Tel Aviv gets dragged into the escalating conflict between Washington and Tehran. The assassination of Soleimani isn't an Israeli event, but an American event. We were not involved and should not be dragged into it, Netanyahu reportedly told his security cabinet during a meeting on Monday. Well, that seems to be very much fake, false news or fake news, whatever you want to call that. And it's a sad situation because Prime Minister Netanyahu has been dragging the Israeli people and putting the Israeli people in harm's way by this constant drumbeat of war, attacking Iranian assets inside of Syria. Also, the desire to go to war with Iran because Iran pays, the world faces a nuclear threat with Iran, and yet at the same time, we know that Iran is one of the fastest growing nations of Christianity in the entire Middle East. But much like Iran, so like Israel, the Israeli government, there are a lot of elites in the Israeli government that do not have the Israeli people at heart. Same thing with Iran. Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini and the dictatorship of Iran does not care about its own people and their desires at heart, as we'll show to you in this video. But I could not believe the audacity that the Prime Minister is trying to back down and saying this is purely an American event. Let me kind of share with you some more that we're looking at here. He kind of did this as well in this clip here when it first happened. And listen here to what he says in this video clip here right after the targeting assassination of Soleimani.
Just as Israel has the right of self-defense, the United States has exactly the same right. Qasem Soleimani is responsible for the death of American citizens and many other innocent people. He was planning more such attacks. President Trump deserves all the credit for acting swiftly, forcefully, decisively. Israel stands with the United States in its just struggle for peace, security, and self-defense. Thank you.
You know, it's kind of sad, though. You know, is it true that Soleimani is responsible for the death of Americans? Certainly is. And I don't agree with what he has done there. But again, I remind you, we went into war, into Iraq on a false pretense that was largely in part because of the so-called evidence by then Prime Minister Netanyahu claiming that the Iraqis had yellow cake in order to make nuclear weapons, and they had the weapons of mass destruction, as he was saying to the United Nations, then lying right out, only to help the United States go into this war on terror. Of course, didn't see it helped a lot too to take down the Twin Towers, right? Very interesting situation, you might say. But oddly enough, Amir Safati, who sometimes we disagree on a lot of issues there, he does say here in the beginning of his video, when of course Prime Minister Netanyahu says that Israel had nothing to do with what was going on there. Listen to what Amir has to say in his video.
We also know that a few hours later, another attack from the air on a convoy that led the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps senior members in northern Baghdad. America said that it is not responsible to that one, and it appears to be some sort of an action that nobody wants to take responsibility for. You can already think what I know about who is behind it. Now, I also want you to know that another...
All right, so Amir says you can think what he already knows who's behind it. Now, he doesn't say that Israel's behind it, but he does seem to indicate in his gesturing that possibly it is Israel behind it. Well, was Israel behind either one of these attacks? Seems like the evidence does lean in that direction. My own friend and source in Israel had shared this photo here with me, something that I don't know if it's been posted publicly or not. This is one of the vehicles that are attacked there, and allegedly, from what I understand, this has not been posted. I do know that one of these men can be identified in the photo here as they're going through the wreckage to determine who all was killed in there. Now, Amir even brings out that, you know, the body parts were just blown to pieces there, so the only way they could identify Soleimani was by the ring on his hand, the very famous ring that he wears, the big, it's got like, looks like a red ruby is what it looks like. I don't know what it really is. But yes, I've actually seen that photo. I was actually sent that photo right after the attack was done, not long after the attack was done. So, you know, so there you go right there. Was Israel involved in any way? Well, I can't say. We know the United States takes credit for killing Soleimani, and I also, by the way, I had a confirmation out of D.C. that our news reporting was accurate. Soleimani was going to Iraq for a peace negotiations with the Saudis to bring about the end of hostilities in Yemen. Of all places, Yemen. But he was set up. This is what makes it so bad. You know, I mean, I understand if the U.S. says, okay, they have a target on this man's head because of the death of Americans in another region of the world. But to sit there and have knowingly that they're trying to bring about a peace and an end of hostilities in the country of Yemen, and the Saudis and the Iranians are working together to do this, and the Iraqi prime minister, who publicly states this, is negotiating between the two sides there, and then to attack and kill the man on his way to the international airport. No, he was not there, as being falsely reported in the news, to create more attacks on the American embassy. And that was confirmed by a close source in D.C. So, you see, friends, it's interesting just how quick people will jump to judgment. You know, and don't forget, Israel says it wants war with Iran and is meeting with Arab countries to advance it. That was back in February 13th, 2019. Almost a year ago. John Bolton, This Week Around marks the 40th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, and what a 40 years it's been. Don't forget, we helped overthrow the nation once before. Not necessarily the 40 years ago. But anyway, Times of Israel is reporting today, though, listen, security expert, Iran and Hezbollah may shut Israel down in next war. This is what drives me nuts, is to think that the actions, and you can't just put this on President Trump, all right? And I'm going to say it just like it is. You can't just put all the blame on President Trump. Somebody was pulling the strings for this president to make that call to take this man out at that time. Now, ultimately, he makes the decision. I understand that. But we're not going to put all this on him because he had help. And as you just heard from Amir, there was a second strike, but they're not saying they don't want to take responsibility. That's kind of par for the course for the elite in Israel. And I like to say the elite because, again, the Israeli people are not the same as those trying to run the government. All right? It's just the same thing with American soldiers. You can't put the blame on American soldiers necessarily for all the deaths that are going on over in the Middle East. They're following orders. They're there. They don't realize we're not there legally, that we've overthrown a nation just for false pretense, or that we're following the plan, as General Wesley Clark said, taking down 7 nations. Didn't follow the 5-year time plan, but we knew in advance that we were going to take down 7 nations. All of those nations were Middle Eastern nations, including Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, Libya, ending up with Iran, right? And Somalia. We've done it to every single one of them, with the exception of Lebanon and Iran right now. But don't worry, Lebanon's coming next. In fact, Amir even says it in his own video, that Lebanon is definitely coming next. My own source has confirmed that many, many times. So we're well aware of what's going on, right? Anyway, I want to share with you, though, a little clip here. You know, I'd said this before. And by the way, I'm going to be going into Ezekiel. I couldn't sleep last night. 12:30, I tried to go to bed. I was up by 3 a.m. in prayer. And I was asking the Father, what should I do? And I went back and re-studied the scriptures prayerfully about Ezekiel 37:38, the war that we hear so much about, the Gog of Magog. I'm going to share a little bit with you in just a moment, but I want to also talk to you just for a moment. You know, because I said to you once before, the God of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, comes to Abraham. Israel didn't even exist at the time, right? He comes to Abraham because he comes with 2 other angels. He sends the 2 angels down to check on Sodom to see if it is true what had come to his ears, if the sin was so great. And Abraham begins to ask God, what will he do if there be 50 righteous? Would he spare the city? Would he spare a Sodomite city that was so stooped in sin and debauchery? Which, by the way, it wasn't just a homosexual thing. Some people like to just say, oh, it's just a homosexual thing. You know, well, Netanyahu's got that going pretty good for him too in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, right? But that wasn't the only thing. If you go back and search not only the scripture but the ancient documents, we find out that Sodom and Gomorrah, and you can see this in the book of Jude, they were guilty of mingling the seed and crossing over with the Nephilim bloodline. That was one of the major sins of Sodom and Gomorrah. But God said he would spare that city, regardless of the debauchery and sin that was going on there, if he could find as little as 10 righteous souls. Now, I see you guys putting in here, gotta nuke Iran, kill them, wipe them all off. You must be better than God. I'm totally blown away with it. And then I get the little comments and everything. I've been following you for 2 years or a year, or whatever the case is, but you always side with the evil guys and stuff. We're walking away from you. Okay, go. Go ahead and go. Don't wait. Just go ahead and go. But I want to show you something. This is what I stand with. The Christians. Do you realize in Iran is the fastest growing Christian population in the Middle East is Iran. This is why Iran is a threat to a new world order. This is why Iran is a threat to the Zionist agenda. That don't mix up Zionism in the elites of Zionists with that of Israelis that just love God, or Israelis that are just secular. They don't want to get involved in all this Orthodox religions and things like that. And don't mix up the Orthodox Jews with Zionists necessarily, because they're not always the same. All right? But nonetheless, let me show you what is going on in Iran. All right? And this video here, let's see, when was this done? This was done, or was posted July 12th, 2019. All right? My own sources from the Middle East are Christians. I've had more Syrian Christians write me and tell me they stood with Assad because he stood for the Christians. And that the United States, al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda, and Israel were there killing the Christians. All right? That was from the Syrians that write me. And I'm going to play that for you as well. Listen to this right here.
They tell us all the time.
All right. You may not understand it, so I'll have to read it for you. They tell us all the time we don't hate Americans. We love America. This is an Iranian Christian. His voice has been altered.
We don't hate Americans. We love America.
He wants Americans to know that 40 years after Iran's Islamic Revolution, there's another spiritual revolution underway.
More people have come to faith in Iran in the last 40 years than the previous 1,400 years. So there's a once, not only in a lifetime, but in history, where we have a moment where Iranians are coming to faith at such a rapid rate.
So more in the last 40 years, more Iranians have come to Christianity, to faith, than in the last 1,400 years of the Persian Empire. Listen more.
Frontiers Alliance International is producing a documentary called Sheep Among Wolves to introduce the Iranian church to Christians worldwide.
It's the fastest growing church in the world that owns no buildings, has no 501c3s, that owns no property, that has no bank accounts, that has no centralized leadership, that has no denominational leanings, and yet it's multiplying like crazy. What the Lord is doing there is staggering.
And that results in intense persecution that Thomas says leads Iranian believers to seek prayer, but not in a way you may think.
Typically the way we pray is, we expect that they want us to pray for the persecution to end, and they say, no, don't do that. Persecution is growing the church. When the persecution stops, the growth stops. What we want is for the gospel to spread far and wide and deep in Iran.
With Iran and the U.S. on the brink.
All right, see there? There you go right there. There's over 1 million Christians in Iran. And then you talk about wanting to just bomb it, blow it into oblivion. Over 1 million Christians. I want you to see next, and Soleimani, he's no saint, I agree with that, right? But I want you to see, he's not a Catholic priest, he's a Presbyterian bishop in Syria. I want you to see what this Presbyterian bishop had to say about Soleimani. He says, today Qasemi Soleimani's project and who's with him is Resistance Project. A resistance not like any resistant project similar to the resistant project adopted by Jesus. Against a political authority that wanted to oppress the freedom of others. Didn't Jesus say, blessed are you whenever they revile you and persecute you, and they say every evil word against you for my sake in falsehood? All what Qasemi Soleimani and who's with him ever did was stand up against ISIS. And against all the terrorist organizations that want to kill anyone who disagrees with them. Who are the victims of ISIS? Who are the victims of Al-Nusra Front and Al-Qaeda in Syria? Aren't they the Christians? Aren't they the social diversity in this country? So there you go. This is what Christians thought about him. Yes, he's a Shiite Muslim. He had a totally different view and faith. But just like Bashar al-Assad, who has cared about the Christians living in Syria, unlike that of al-Nusra, al-Qaeda, and ISIS, who are backed by the United States and Israelis. And I say Israelis, that's not fair to even say about Israel, who is backed by far-right Zionists. That's the better way to put it. Because there is a Zionism of where Jewish people only want to know who the Messiah is. And they don't deserve to be put in the same group as with the ones that have blood on their hands that could care less about the Christians. In the case of this one here, I'll share with you here, and is a little Palestinian boy who was tortured by the Israeli military. And listen to what he has to say himself. Play this and then we'll talk a little bit about Ezekiel, and then we'll close.
What happened to you? When Fatih Mahfouz was returning home, he came across confrontations between the army and youths. He says he was not involved, but was taken away for 82 days. He was just 15.
All right, he wasn't involved with the youths that were throwing rocks at cars, but he was taken away anyway. 82 days he was separated from his family because you're treated as a prisoner of war. You're treated in a military tribunal in Israel. There is no rights for these young people here. I don't know how old he was at the time. Most of the youth there is between the ages of 10 years old and 14 years old. He said he sent me to a room that had a cross in it and hung me on it.
وداني على غرفة فيها زي صليب زي هذا الصليب وشبحني عليه حين أنا واقف على رأس أصابعي.
I was standing on the tip of my toes,
ضليتني واقف ويعني الثقل
and all my weight was on the handcuffs and my toes. Stretched him out and put him on a cross. Why? Because he's a Palestinian Christian.
شات زي حدايد وعلى رأس أصابعي مشبوح أنا كنت.
I was hung and he kept hitting me.
ضل يضرب فيي.
The interrogator started yelling at him, and then what Fafi says is that he was then placed on some sort of wooden device on the wall, similar in shape to a cross, although it had two legs. He says that his legs were shackled to this wooden structure, his hands were shackled to the structure, and he was left there for several hours.
Because of all the shaking of the piece of the wood snapped and they kept hitting me. We'll kind of pause there. I'll put the link for you to be able to see the documentary for yourself. These are the type things that go on, friends. And I know that for many years we have looked at the scriptures, including ourselves with you, prophecies of Israel returning to the land, and that basically to use those prophecies to justify the ungodliness that is happening in the Middle East. I remember when I lived there, I went through a suicide bomber, so I know what it's like to deal with terrorism in Israel. And I'll never forget, even after I survived the attack, thinking to myself, because it was a woman that did the attack, what drove her to this? I actually had a compassion, wondering, why would she do it? I couldn't understand, why would she take her own life? That's what actually caused me to slowly but surely begin to investigate. I knew the stories because I had friends in the IDF that would actually tell me of the ungodly things they would do to Palestinians. And I had a hard time. You know, it troubled my soul, but I didn't speak out then. Just like many Israelis today that have been in the IDF that are speaking out. Now they go further. You know, they also support BDS, things like that. I'm not for the BDS movement to boycott Israel. Because to me, boycotting Israel is not going to solve the problem. And maybe they have a point. I don't know. But I am for getting them to recognize who Jesus Christ really is. And I think even as believers, we have to start somewhere, go back and re-examine the scriptures. I need to play for you the video I loaded on Patreon just the other day so you can see, because even people like Yitzhak Shapira, and maybe Yitzhak really means well at heart, but he doesn't realize that he's following the agenda that is being perpetrated by the elite Zionists. They want Gentiles as slaves underneath them. Let me share with you. This is from Ezekiel 37, a prophecy that I used to always put in the future. And God began to deal with my heart last night. I started in Ezekiel 35, and as I read through, the Lord began to really open it up to me to see I was correct in many of the things that I shared with you, but I had misplaced the timeline. And I want to share with you a little bit right now. This is Ezekiel 37, and we are in I'll start with verse 11. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up, and our hope is lost. We are clean cut off. We know about the story about the dry bones, and there was a valley full of them. And, he prophesied over them because they say that we can't live, we're lost, we're dried up. In other words, they died. The house of Israel, after they were dispersed and they were scattered throughout the country there, they eventually died off. And they thought, how can we ever come back again? How do we find repentance for our souls? Well, watch what the scripture says right here. Verse 12, therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come out of your graves. O my people, I will bring you into the land of Israel. And you shall know that I am the Lord when I have opened your graves and caused you to come up out of your graves, O my people. And today, many Jewish theologians, scholars, whatever you want to call them, Jewish scholars, they try to put this at the old people and stuff from Israel that have gone through the Holocaust and stuff. It's like they've come back from the dead and they went back and they created the state of Israel in 1948, and that's the fulfillment of that passage. Incorrect. That passage was being fulfilled 2,000 years ago. Notice what Jesus says here, or how the scripture says in Matthew, I should say, verse 51, and behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent. And the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the what? Holy city, and appeared to what? Many. Now when the centurion and they that were with him watching Jesus saw the earthquake and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, truly this was the Son of God. What did God say in Ezekiel 37? Therefore prophesy, say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, O my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel. He brought them right into Jerusalem. Is there any other place where that was ever fulfilled like that? Wait till you see all of it. Wait till I unfold more of this for you. It's verse after verse after verse that's been fulfilled. Look at verse 14 as we continued on. And I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I will place you in your own land, and you shall know that I, the Lord, have spoken and performed it, saith the Lord. I will put my spirit in you. Acts Chapter 2, verse 36, remember he's talking, in Ezekiel, he's talking to the house of Israel. What does he say over here in Acts chapter 2? Therefore, let all the house of Israel know assuredly that God hath made that same Jesus whom you have crucified, both Lord and Christ. Not only did the dead raise, but also the house of Israel came home. Now when they heard this, they were pricked in their heart. You know, also in Ezekiel, and I don't have it up now, I'll share it with you later, it also said that they would be, and just like that, they would be pricked at their hearts. Do you realize that Peter said to them, repent and be baptized? Because they want to know, men and brethren, what must we do? They said, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of sin, and you shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit. And what was the question there? And I will put my spirit in you. Remember when Yeshua breathed on his apostles after the resurrection, and he said, receive you the Holy Spirit? That was God's Spirit. From the Eitz Chaim, the tree of life. Won't be long, guys. We'll be going into this. God bless you. Thank you for watching. If you want to stand with truth, stand with this ministry. We appreciate your help. You can visit our website, IsraeliNewsLive.org. But one thing's for sure, here you will hear the truth. If you want your ears tickled, there are plenty of other channels that will tickle your ears. I'm not here to play games with you. I'm not here to play church with you. I've got to answer to Him one day. You understand what I'm saying? This is not about popularity, making somebody feel good. I know that I've got to meet my Lord one day, somewhere. I'm going to meet Him. And I've got to take an account if I told you the truth or not. If I lied to you, or not. I can't stand there on that day knowing I told you a lie. God's always dealt with me like that. Everything in my life, He's always made me go back and make it right. If I did something wrong, He made me go make it right. And the same with you here. If I've made a mistake, I will come back and make those things right. And there's going to be some times where I need to do that. Even doctrinal things that I've looked at, even since I've been doing the ministry, there's things, I've done it already. Make things right with you, tell you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. You know, we do a lot of research, all kinds of documents and stuff. Sometimes I speak about something, shouldn't have done it. It's a little bit premature. Have to come back and make that right. Sometimes people forget about that we did make it right once before, and you just have to come back again and remind people. But I'll do that as well. I'm Stephen Ben-Nun. You're watching Israeli News Live. Erev Tov.
Already got one from Deep South Homestead. It's his porch time. It's titled, "It's Time to Say Thanks."
Hello friends, this is Danny from Deep South Homestead on porch time today. I hope the wind ain't gonna be too bad. We got a lot of wind blowing, but it's cool outside. We're enjoying that. Had a lot of rain, guys. I mean, I say a lot, we only had like 3 inches, but that's for right now, that's a lot of rain. Especially with us and it being as dry as it is. Guys, I want to do porch time this year and I want to say, welcome to 2020. Another year. Guys, let's just pray that this is a good year. There's a lot of negative stuff floating around out there. The year kind of started off kind of tough with the taking out of the Iranian military leader there, and then some more people's done been took out with drone strikes, and it's looking like this year was going to start off on a little bit of a bad note, global wise, but all we can do is hope and pray, guys, that everything's going to do well. Now, as far as food production is talking about, we talked about, you know, in other videos and over on Patreon, we talk about it's going to start off on a little bit of a bitter note because there's shortages of things already, and it's already showing up. But guys, we're going to tell y'all, if you keep watching us here at Deep South Homestead, we'll give you little tidbits about where you can get stuff at, like seed potatoes. If you need seed potatoes, I can tell you where to get them at. There's just different places, different seeds and different things that I know right now there's no shortages of, and I can get you to a source. So stay with us because this year we're going to be planting about, I want to say between 8 and 10 different varieties of potatoes. Now we're not talking about sweet potatoes, we're talking about white potatoes. And then when it comes to sweet potatoes, we're going to probably plant 2 or 3 different varieties of them, if the Lord's willing, all this goes well. So guys, hang with us. Here at Deep South, we got a lot of changes coming this year. Deep South is really ramping up everything because of the grand solar minimum that's supposedly going to be taking place. We want to make sure we're very well prepared for what's coming in the future. Today's video is a video I want to take just a moment. This is the beginning of a new year. We've been running now for about 4 years. And guys, I want to take time to say thanks. It's time for me to say thank you. A lot of what we do here at Deep South Homestead is because of you, my friends. We do this for you. Whether y'all believe me about what I'm fixing to say or not, I can't control that part. But this is the honest truth about what I'm fixing to tell you. You, my friends, have been more of an inspiration and more of a blessing to Wanda and I than we feel like we will ever have been to you. This is one of the reasons why we do the gathering. It's our way of saying thank you for what you do. We see your comments online. We have some of you who send us emails, some of you send us pictures, some of you send us texts, and you comment in the live streams and all, and in a lot of ways we feel like we know you. But when we have the gatherings and we get to meet you face to face, it's at that point that we can put a true face and a true personality to the name that's behind the name that we see. And we have really, honestly, made some fantastic friends here on YouTube. Some that's not friends, but many, 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 many that is friends. You get burnt by some, you get loved by some. And the bottom line is this: our positive side is way ahead of our negative side. We have probably almost 100 times more people that we love than have caused us problems. So YouTube has been a very positive thing for us, and it's your comments, it's your questions, it's your gifts. Many of you have gifted us with many different things, and there are no words in our hearts to describe the gifts that we've received. They are all, in some way or form or fashion, put to use. We've received many gifts from people that passed this past year. A dear friend of mine, Amy Sutherland, sweetheart of a lady, in her 30s, left and has gone on to be with the Lord. Ms. Nikki Stanley, gone on to be with the Lord. And there's, I can't even sit here and tell you. I mean, Jamie from American Homestead, gone on to be with the Lord. Guys, I probably got about 50 other people's names in my mind, but these are the first ones that popped out. There's many, many more. A lot of our subscribers have gone on to be with the Lord. But many of them, we have gifts hanging on the walls in our house. We have gifts hanging on the walls in our cabin here. We have things that we have in the shop out there. I have a Scoville hoe that Amy sent me, and it's a true antique, but I use it all the time. And guys, things like this are very heart-touching to people like me. I've been told my whole life, man, you're one cold-hearted joker, and I'm not going to deny that. In my younger years, I probably was. My training and everything that I've been through, you can't have emotions and do some things that you have to do. But as I get older, I mellow out, and it's, as I guess you can tell doing this video, is I'm not good with words when it comes to things like this. So I want to say thank you from Wanda and I both for your support, all that you've done for us. We've become affiliates with a lot of different companies, and I'd like to say thank you to the companies if you're watching. Thank you for letting us be an affiliate for you. We do our best to promote your products. Anytime that we can, anytime we use your products, we try to promote them, not because we're making a lot of money off them, because we don't. It's just that if we find something and we feel like that it's a good product and it will benefit one of you, my friends, then we put it out and we'll keep using it. We have some companies that we religiously use their stuff. One is Hoss Tool. Hoss Tool, we religiously use their stuff because gardening is a way of life for us, and raising our food is how we survive. We don't go to the grocery stores and buy lots of food or anything. And if we don't raise it, usually we just have to do without, because my physical issues and Miss Wanda's physical issues, we can't eat a lot of processed foods and things like that, which really is not good for us anyway. But allowed us to be affiliates. We want to tell you a heart-warm thank you to you too. And I have a lot of friends that's across the water right now I'd like to say thank you to. I'd like to say thank you to Adapt 2030, David Devine, Sasha Dobler from Abrupt Earth Changes. All these type people that are really, in my heart, and to me, are very, very knowledgeable people. They're out on the front line. They're getting this information. I'd like to say thank you to those guys. And Christian from Ice Age Farmer. Thank you, Christian. Your different YouTube channels like that you know, that we're affiliated with. And there's many other YouTube channels. I mean, there's tons of other YouTube channels out there that we're affiliated with. And I want to say thank you to all the YouTube channels. All the YouTube channels that come to our gathering. Two Family comes every year. They set up and do a lot of recording, a lot of videoing and stuff like that, live streaming and stuff like that. Miss Daryl, Miss Sherry, Mr. Daryl, Miss Sherry, thank you so much for what you do at our gatherings. Paul and Brenda, all come from Missouri down. Thank you for what you do. They're always very faithful to be there. Jen from the Nut House has always been really faithful to help us out. Sheila and Steve has always been really faithful to come help us out. And there's lots of others, guys. I mean, I can't even sit here and begin to name everybody. Roots and Refuge came last year. You know, VW Farms, Home in the Sticks. All these different people came, and they was a part. Alderman Farms. You know, all of these YouTube channels are good channels, guys. And we've made so many friends that I feel so blessed to have known you and to have been a part of your life, because I've learned, believe it or not, I've learned from each and every person that I watch. You know, I do. And I may not comment on your videos, but I do watch a lot of different ones' videos that we are close to. And it's a blessing, guys, for us to be able to sit back and to get up in the mornings and to go out and do our daily routines and to take the time to sit down, take it off of an SD card and move it over to an editing program, run it through an editing program, spend hours editing and trying to get this thing up and get it, you know, cutting out background noises, because guys, I used to live in the woods. So many people have moved around me here now. The noise is just horrendous. And, you know, I don't know in the future if I'll always be here. I don't know that. It just depends on how things go here, because in every direction I look right now, except for right here, I see somebody else. And that's not who I am, you know. Right now we're actively, if you watch my videos coming up in the future, you'll see that we're actively planting specific types of trees around our perimeters of our property, around our cabins, not only for privacy and sound reduction and all this kind of stuff, but guys, for 5G technology, we're doing a lot of stuff, you know, in preparation for that. And it's not that we don't like to have people around, it's that we like the silence and we like the solitude that's created in the peacefulness when you don't have lots of noise around you everywhere. The problem with people today is they're so used to city life and racket from TVs and all that kind of stuff that they don't even know what it means to be quiet. They really don't understand what peacefulness can come from it just being quiet. And that's something Wanda and I cherish, is the quietness. And just being able to have times that we can, once work has ceased, we can sit back in the evening time on the porch and we can look out across. We see my neighbor's pond down here, which is beautiful. We see the green fields. We see all of our vegetables. We see our animals. We see the wildlife running around out here. Those are things that we cherish. And with those things being cherished, you know, those are not just the only things. Some of the other things we cherish are your friendship. That means a lot to Wanda and I. Y'all in the past have, during times of sickness, have been very generous to us. You've helped us out. You've been there for us when we needed you. And for that, Wanda and I are eternally grateful. Y'all support us over on Patreon. It's a very small amount of money. It's $3. It's less than a Coke or not a Coke, but a latte or something like that. Just $3. We don't ask for much. We put information over there that we can't put over here on YouTube. A lot of you have jumped over there and support us, not only for $3, some of you went up to $5, some of you went to 10, some to 20. And guys, we didn't ask for that, but you do it out of the goodness of your heart. And for that, we say thank you for being faithful and supporting us over there. And for that, Wanda and I try our best to give y'all good information. We put things over there, little tidbits we find out about gardening, little secrets and stuff like that. We try to throw them up over there. Different foods we think that are really productive on a homestead. World events that's taking place. We share them over there on Patreon. And y'all have always been very positive. You've always been good to us over there. And to be 100% honest with you, Wanda and I have never kept one dime and spent it for anything off of Patreon other than this cabin. This cabin serves a several-fold purpose. It's a place for us to escape from the realities of life. We come over here and there's no electricity or anything. It's just off-grid. We don't even have any water, but we've got to try to get some water over here. But we can come over here and we can just enjoy sitting down on this porch that I'm sitting here now. The cabin has technically become a studio for us. We shoot videos inside the cabin. We shoot videos outside the cabin. It's a place for us to get away from the hustle and bustle of the home and the electrical stuff over there. And we come over here. We can shoot some videos. We don't even hardly do any editing over here or anything. When we come to the cabin, we're either making a video or we're relaxing. And that's the deal. That's the purpose of coming over here. Now, Wanda does do some editing over here, but she tries to minimalize it and just enjoy the quietness. And we try to take and bring you, my friends, into this lifestyle of living off grid and sharing with you what it's really like to be off grid, not have the amenities of life, and to be able to figure out what to do to make it. Is it uncomfortable? Now there's times we get cold at night, but we build a fire in the morning. We don't have any central heating or anything like that. The fireplace is all we've got. And I'm trying now to come up with a design to put me a blower system in the fireplace. We're running off of a 12-volt generator to blow hot air back out in the house. So, there's lots of things we're trying to figure out so that we can help you, my friends, if you decide you want to go this lifestyle. And we try to show you that it can be done. Now, our cabin's not big. It's only 16 by 32. It's not a large cabin. But we've shown you tours of it. We're showing you step by step what we've done to build this cabin and how we've done it. And we're not borrowing any money. And we come to a point where we don't have any money, then the cabin just sits until we do have money. We will not go in debt. We haven't spent a ton of money on the cabin yet anyway, because I myself, and with the help of Wanda and a couple of other friends, have done all the work ourselves. We've not hired anything done here. That's been a blessing. And my friends, this is why we do what we do. It's for you guys. I've often told y'all if it was left up to me, I would probably never make another video. But because we have such good friendship with you guys, and we've created lots of friends with other YouTube channels and stuff like this, it's been an avenue for Wanda and I, because we can't travel. We have health issues and we have a farm, so we can't travel. So it's been an avenue for us to meet like-minded people. And once we realized the benefits of having a YouTube channel and actually meeting like-minded people, it's then that we actively decided, well, maybe we should do gatherings. Maybe we should do live streams. Maybe we should keep doing YouTube. Maybe we should create community. These are all things that we decided upon doing, because there's a lot of you, my friends, out there that's like Wanda and I. You can't go a lot of places. You can't do a lot of things. And you feel like you're all alone. Your family don't get you. Your friends think you lost your everlasting mind, or they look at you like you start talking to them like you got 3 heads or something or other, and they're like, "What the world are you talking about?" You know, guys, we do this for people like you and people like us to have someone that we can communicate with that is like-minded, and we can share ideas. We can fellowship together. Our live streams, Wanda and I have been doing this now for almost 3 years on the live streams, or have been doing it 3 years, and it's more of a time for us for fellowship. And during that fellowship time, if you have questions and I have an answer for it, I will answer them to the best of my ability. Now, I'm not going to always say that I'm 100% accurate, because what works here for me may not work for you where you live at, because it's a total different climate. I learned that the hard way when I moved one time up north from here, and I found out that what I did here growing will not work there. Some of the things would, but I had to learn how to grow all over again. So that was a very valuable lesson for me. And because of that, I now know how to teach about growing things. And I now know that what one person does somewhere won't necessarily work somewhere else. But we can all glean from one another. You know, I always say my good friend Eric from Life and Farmland, that lives up in Minnesota, you know, I look at him and I'm almost envious of his firewood that he has stacked up. Him and Jana, they have such a beautiful place. The soil looks so rich, and their crops are always so beautiful, you know. And then here comes Eric along making corn, and this will always be burned in my memory forever as to how they were cutting their cream style corn off. And I looked at Wanda and I said, "How is it that I don't know this?" You know, and I mean, guys, little things like that I pick up from other channels and makes our life so much easier. And it really, we correlated a beautiful friendship with Eric and his wife and all, and we love them to death. We pray for them constantly, because my friend Eric has got some physical issues he's trying to deal with, and we just pray that the Lord will be good to him and that he'll be able to get everything, you know, taken care of, and he'll get back to his old self, you know. And guys, it's just things like that. When you get to know people, you want to pray for them. You want to see them succeed. You want to see them go places in life. And those are the things that you build in friendships. And that's what today on Porch Time is really all about. It's about saying, guys, thank you for your support. Thank you for your financial blessings. Thank you for watching us on Patreon. Thank you for your friendship. You know, your friendship probably means more to us than anything. And thank you for just subscribing to us. You know, we're almost to get to 100,000. We could have been there, and we know that we could have. These companies contact us all the time, wanting us to let them sling us out there, you know, and do all this kind of stuff. And they tell us, well, this YouTube channel or that YouTube channel, we've helped them. And guys, the bottom line is this: I'm not interested in that. Yeah, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for numbers. I'm here for friendships. I'm here to learn myself, as well as to be able to teach myself. The numbers are great. You know, don't get me wrong. It throws you in a total different algorithm than YouTube, and you get to reach a lot more people. But the bottom line is this: it's about friendship with us, and we have made some of the most awesome friendships that a person could make. You know, and most of the friendships we've made have been good, and we're thankful for those. And we will continue, Lord willing. We will continue to do what we do in 2020. After 2022, I'm not sure what will happen, because I know there's changes coming in 2022 that I don't talk about. I don't feel like it's appropriate at this time. I think that once we get to 2022, I can probably start talking about them because I think you'll understand what I'm talking about when we get there. So up until that point, hopefully, we'll continue to do what we do, and we'll be able to be a blessing to y'all because you've been such a blessing to us. So, guys, I got a lot to do today. It's been an honor to have you as our friends and to be able to sit down and spend time with you on Porch Times, because Porch Times has, everybody always tells me this is your best porch time ever, and I get that because it reached you that day. And guys, one thing that most people do not know is that when I sit down and do Porch Time, almost 99% of the time, it's something that I'm going through, or it's something that I'm dealing with. And the best way for me to work through it is to sit down and talk about it. And when I talk about it, a lot of times it's a blessing to someone else. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for following us here on YouTube and for following us over on Patreon. And thank you for being our friends. Thank you guys from Deep South Homestead.
Alrighty. Let's see. So apparently, I believe there's an attack that's possibly ongoing right now on a military base over in the Middle East. Hang on here. Alrighty. Supposedly, there's video of it. That looks like a picture. Alrighty, and this also is just now breaking. Iran claims al-Assad missile strike as revenge for Soleimani, demands U.S. withdrawal from Iraq. It says the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran reportedly confirmed their missile struck a U.S. base in western Iraq, calling it revenge for the killing of General Qasem Soleimani, and warning more strikes might be coming. The brave soldiers of IRGC's aerospace unit have launched a successful attack with tens of ballistic missiles on the Al-Assad base in the name of General Soleimani, the IRGC said in a statement early on Wednesday morning, adding, we call on Americans to recall all their soldiers back home to prevent more damage. Says the IRGC also warned all U.S. allies in the region that they will be targeted if any aggressive action is undertaken from their territory, putting Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel on notice. Iran threatened hard revenge against the U.S. for Soleimani's death. The leader of IRGC's Quds Force was assassinated in a drone strike last Thursday outside of Baghdad International Airport in Iraq. The strike on al-Assad and several other U.S. bases in Iraq took place at 1:20 local time, the exact time Soleimani's convoy was struck. U.S. President Donald Trump called Soleimani a monster and a terrorist whose death saved lives and threatened Iran with disproportionate U.S. strikes if it endangered any Americans anywhere. Trump also ruled out U.S. withdrawal from Iraq, contrary to a letter that was sent to the government in Baghdad on Monday by a regional U.S. commander, saying that doing so would practically hand the country over to Tehran. So, we'll see. I'm seeing another... That might be the same thing here. I think it was just the same headline. Pretty sure of it. Yep. So, alrighty. Just kind of wanted to keep you up to speed on what's going on with Iran. Like I say, it's developing. We'll see what happens next. Okay, let's see. Got one here from NWA Prepper titled Morale Patches.
Hey everyone, NWA Prepper here. Morale patches. A lot of people like them. I like patches as well. I have some of my favorite ones right there. And I don't even know if you can see that. But I don't think that there's something that we put on our gear all the time. Short of some of them, oh, sorry about that. I mean, there's one that I pretty much have on. A version of this is Velcroed to each of my first aid kits. I have more over here. I used to put this bad boy on there. I don't anymore as I've grown up a little bit. But I do like them. I enjoy morale patches. The cool ones make me happy. I look forward. One of my things that I enjoy on a personal level when I go to SHOT Show is the morale patches. Some of them I think are silly. Some of them, the logos that for the companies that they put on them, I'm not crazy about their logos. But some of them I really enjoy. Some of them I think are neat. And I have one, I don't know, I'm trying to dig for a certain patch. So I like them. I don't put them on my equipment very often that I carry out and about. Like my go to the mall or go hiking around town. I like them to be Velcro so that I can remove them. Because there are certainly places that I want to sport patches. Like this patch here, the Spartan patch. It's a PVC patch or a rubberized patch that there was a time that that was a form of identification. And unit patches in the military and emergency services are important because they let you know who's who, do they belong, things like that. Excuse me, my tripod died, or the adapter to hold my phone. So they let you know who's who. Some of them are important, you know, for medical, to signify, because not everyone's medical kit is the same. Yeah, I'm trying to get you out of the sun. And I'm scruffy looking. It's the weekend. And then we have this patch here, which is Bear Independence patch. But what I like most about it is the quality of the patch. This patch is fully embroidered. I don't know that you can see that, but the backing and everything is good and fully embroidered. So this patch I like a little better because of the quality of the patch. Good lines, like good seam lines on the back. I can't tell if it was sewn or glued to the Velcro, which is awesome. It's a great patch, a good block logo that they can do that with. And then as they get more detailed, like this Voodoo Tactical is a black background with the tan embroidered on it. Still a great patch. Just they're designed different way. My patch is the same way. It's got the green background and the tan and the orange is sewn on it. And you can, because of my border is a different color than the background, you can see the thread that's sewn it to the Velcro. So one of my first videos was about some morale patches, and I still have those. Those are special ones to me. Particularly one of them was given to me by one of my friends in the military. He's in the Army still, and he's a major. And he gave me one of his rank insignia, which was special to me. He moved away, and anyway, whatever. So you notice on my backpack, I think you can see it there, that I keep a few patches on this particular bag because that bag is designed. It is meant for me to carry with my logo stuff, my cups and laser engraved stuff and patches and stuff in it. And it was made by Sojourner Gear, and so I leave his logo on there proudly. Super proud, actually. I gave him a pack, and I said, here's what we don't like about this pack and what we wish it would have. And he created that backpack for me, really, and my some of my friends, and it's awesome. It's meeting and exceeding all my expectations, and so I will leave his patch on there for a long time. Now, if it needs to come off because people don't need to make connections, that's what I like about Velcro, is I can take the patch off, and I can do that for all of them, and then they're Velcroed really well. And once you tear them all off, even if you can't do it with one hand, dang it, then you have a nondescript, nothing backpack. Now that one's camouflage, and you know, I love that pack, and for what I need that for, I need it to be camouflage. But just a regular day pack, slap some patches on there. I try not to be offensive, though I have some patches that are, some would say, offensive. Some of them that I put on there, and I don't mean offensive like, oh, a Trump patch or a snowflake patch or something. I mean some that are vulgar. Maybe vulgar was the wrong thing, that people have given me over the times, and a couple that I've purchased because I like the art and they're really cool patches. But what do you guys think on morale patches on two ways, two different questions. Number one, do you put morale patches on your stuff? Do you collect them and put them on the wall? Some people put them on the liner of their vehicles. So as far as something, if you run across them, is it something you pick up if you like them? And then the next question is, how do you feel about them on your equipment? I don't mean uniforms. Uniforms need identification insignia, but I just mean your stuff and my stuff, not in active service. Let me know what you think. I would really like to hear your thoughts on morale patches. Let's get ready.
Alrighty, let's see. Let me go ahead and play this one from Ron Paul Liberty Report titled Iraq Pullout Letter, Mistake or More Deception. Hang on just a minute. We do have more breaking news. I haven't even had a chance to tweet this out yet. Pentagon says more than a dozen missiles launched from Iran against 2 U.S. bases, vows necessary countermeasures. The Pentagon said it would take necessary measures to defend U.S. troops and regional allies following reports of Iranian missile strikes on U.S. facilities in Iraq, confirming that over a dozen missiles were used in the attack. Iran launched more than a dozen ballistic missiles against U.S. military and coalition forces in Iraq. It is clear that these missiles were launched from Iran and targeted at least 2 Iraqi military bases. The Pentagon said in a statement on Tuesday, adding that it was now working on initial battle damage assessments. As we evaluate the situation and our response, we will take all necessary measures to protect and defend U.S. personnel, partners, and allies in the region. So there you go. That's where it stands at this time. So again, as it comes in, I will report it. So okay, back to Ron Paul.
Hello everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today is Daniel McAdams, our co-host. Daniel, good to see you.
How are you this morning, Dr. Paul?
Good. Let's talk about Iraq.
Yeah,
it's in the news, and that's what people want to hear about. And we're looking around, so we find out all the information so we can figure out what they're doing. It's not all that easy. But a significant event occurred yesterday, after a couple days after the killing, and that is that there was a letter circulating that said that the American government was planning to leave Baghdad, leave Iraq. Then all of a sudden, they said it was released by the commander, U.S. commander in Iraq, and it said that we were laying plans for this. But it was quickly, denied by the officials, because that would have sounded like surrender and capitulation. And the parliament says you guys have to leave, and we're going to leave, and that wasn't to be true. But figuring out why they did it, I mean, the letter. It was significant. We heard 2 or 3 interpretations. We've been told that it was just a draft of a letter in preparation for us leaving, and quite frankly, I believe there's a lot of deception going on, and we haven't figured out exactly what their plans are. And you know, Daniel, one thing that's possible is maybe we can't figure out exactly what they're planning because they might not know even what they're planning because it goes back and forth and maybe it changes from minute to minute. And there are a lot of questions coming up now when you think about Russia and Putin getting involved in peace negotiations and all these other things and more threats. They're on again. But more specifically, I want to talk a little bit about how something like this letter came up. I have a little trouble believing that it's just an accident and ineptness. This is a big deal. If it is, you know, mistakenly released by accident or something, that means they have no control whatsoever. So that's the reason that you know, it's not exactly a false flag, but it's false information and deliberate deception, and maybe to settle things down. Say, well, we're not ready to send in the troops. We're ready to negotiate and talk about, you know, getting out. And maybe if we up the bribes to the different people, we can convert enough people in Iraq to put up with us for a longer time. After 13 years, I think we're very close to admitting defeat, just like we had to admit defeat in Iraq and move out of there. So there's a lot of things that can happen in a few days, and it can change immediately. I listened to Pompeo this morning in his press conference, but I couldn't stand it because it was all just pompous talking, and I was looking for a hint from him, but there was no reassurance, there was no understanding, no real information. It was all pure deceptive propaganda about how wonderful we are and why we're seeking peace. We kill people because we want peace and not war.
Yeah, it's a strange mystery, and on the surface it's just, it must have been a mess up or something, but if you really stop to think about it, it's very, very suspicious, the whole thing. And so I wanted to go back and kind of put together what we know about it, because we know how these things are often scrubbed from the media. But first of all, here's something that I was told from someone who's an insider, that there really is a fight inside the White House administration. The Trumps for leaving, but Milley, Esper, and Pompeo are stonewalling him, so for what it's worth. But here's what we do know. The U.S. has suspended its anti-ISIS training mission to Iraq. I would say indefinitely suspending this mission. That's the only reason they were in Iraq. Remember, there was no status of forces agreement with Iraq. It was simply an arrangement made by the Iraqi government with the U.S. government. Please come in, we're overrun with ISIS, we need some help fighting them, and this is the only basis. So if you suspend that mission, there is no basis to keep U.S. troops in there. And I think a lot of Americans don't understand that. They just know we're there because we've always been there. But then you have the Pentagon saying we're committed to the mission, which is sending completely mixed signals, because the Pentagon canceled that mission and ISIS is defeated. So what is the purpose of us being there? We're there because we're there. So that brings us to why release the letter, what is the letter? And I'm going to go into some details later, but just to throw it out there, one day the Iraqi parliament votes to end the mission and to ask the United States and all foreign forces to leave its soil. The next day, or a day and a half here and there, this letter leaks from the U.S. general in charge of Iraq, the Iraq mission, and it's a bizarre letter. It's unsigned. I'll read a little bit of it. Sir, in due deference to the sovereignty of the Republic of Iraq, and as requested by the Iraqi Parliament and Prime Minister, we will be repositioning forces over the course of the coming days and weeks to prepare for onward movement, etc., etc. Some details. We will take measures to minimize the disturbance to the public. As we begin implementing the next phase of operations, I want to reiterate the value of our friendship and partnership. We respect your sovereign decision to order our departure. Very suspiciously sounding, don't you think?
Absolutely, and I think the deception is very strong. That is a word we probably have described accurately. But the report also has been that they've removed hundreds, or they plan to immediately remove hundreds of our people out of Baghdad. And at the same time, we're not leaving, and if you think we're going to leave, you're going to have to pay us for building this building, or building the embassy. But now, you know, it's back and forth. The sanctions on Iraq is something super, super sanction. we spent all this time, all this money, 1,000 American lives or maybe more, and many thousands of Iraqis and others that were killed on this. And all of a sudden, then we literally deliver politically the Iraq system over to Iran.
Yeah.
And now we're fighting them, and they're fighting to get us out of there. Sometimes when I make statements that this is just, they're really, really ridiculous. They don't know what they're doing. And others will correct me at times and say, they know exactly what they're doing. Chaos is good for them sometimes. But I think that they don't always know what they're doing, other than the fact that they know what they don't want, and they don't want a free society, and they don't want us to be a non-intervention society. And I know they want to support the military-industrial complex, so we can rule out a lot of things that they claim they're sincere about. The most ridiculous, of course, is this idea we had to kill them because we wanted to prevent a war. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Somebody is going to believe that. Today, when they were interviewing Pompeo, he asked the reporters, how many people in here believe that Soleimani was on a peace mission? He could have been.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure. But this whole idea that they know absolutely that they're Hitler, and then Zarif, of course, is a Hitler too.
Yeah.
They won't even let him go to the United Nations. I mean, they're moving back to an uncivilized society as long as we're in there, but we're struggling to maintain our empire. And I think we're on the defensive, on defending the empire.
Yeah, and on the defensive, I think, because this is such a bizarre story, the letter. And here's a couple of things. Here's what we do, and also some things we do know about it. And some of this is according to a good article in the Dispatch that sort of broke it down. At least this is the timeline that I've seen. First of all, the story of this withdrawal letter broke on the TV channel of an Iraqi militia group. We say an Iran-backed Iraqi militia group, the AAH. That group is on the U.S. terror list. Apparently, it was leaked to them by the Iraqi Prime Minister's office, and they publicized it. From there, it quickly, like wildfire, ran through the U.S. news media and became a huge story here. Origins being in the Iraqi Prime Minister's office. Then the U.S. military was sent scrambling. What is going on? They had no answer at first. It was a weird letter. It was unsigned. It had some unusual grammatical errors. So the question is, what happened? What really happened with this letter? And we'll never know. But I have a couple scenarios I will bring up if you'll indulge me for a second, Dr. Paul. First of all, maybe we can talk about each one. Maybe it was leaked by some U.S. Group, maybe some neocons, maybe some people in the military affiliated with neocons to make Trump look bad. Here he is talking tough. Hey, you're going to pay us. We're going to sanction you. And then behind the scenes, he is sending a letter saying, we're going to withdraw. We respect your sovereignty. That's one. Could be fabricated by Iraq or Iran to make the U.S. look bad. Here, look, they're running with their tail between their legs. That's possible. Could be fabricated by Israel or even the Saudis. Force a denial, get a denial on record. No, we're not pulling out. We're not pulling out. That's a possibility. As you suggested in your opening points, it could be a monumental foul-up. It makes you wonder about operational security if something like this would have to be, classified, drops out. And Esper said at first, we just don't know. And then Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, later said, and this is the weirdest part, the letter is a draft. It was a mistake. It was unsigned. It should not have been released. Well, if that's the case, who released it? And why would you release a draft of a letter so inaccurate as you claim? Why would you give that to the Iraqi prime minister? Hey, here's a letter that says the opposite of what we're going to do. What do you think about it? So nothing adds up in this. And I hate to, but my head is about to explode.
Well, we do know that the Russians don't sit idly by. They pay a lot of attention. They invest a lot. They live in the neighborhood, and they are just coming off a relatively successful event in Syria. In many ways, we lost Syria, it seems, except we're clinging to a few oil wells that we're going to pay for our troubles. But I think Putin is no dumbbell, and now he's talking about bringing these people together. He really is talking peace, and people would, the neocons would say, there you go, soft peddling.
Yeah.
And you know how the liberals hate Putin too.
You're on
Look
the
how
payroll.
look at how much hate they've directed to him because they had to mix him up with Trump.
Yeah.
So this is the whole thing. But if you can sit back and just sort of analyze this, Putin has come out pretty well, and he doesn't. What does he have? One aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
So he doesn't come out and he's not bombastic because he really doesn't have it. But he's been able to do that. Now he's talking about bringing these factions together, and we've delivered it to him on a platter.
Yeah.
Here we used to have a lot of problems there that we created all along, and that is with Saddam Hussein. He was a minority Sunni, and he was militant, and he ruled with an iron fist, but there wasn't the chaos in the Middle East either. So we finally said, well, it's in our interest, we have to get rid of him. And so the Shia, which are the majority, they become close allies with Iran. Amazing. Who would have ever predicted that?
Yeah.
So there they are. So Putin's involved, and he's identified, of course, with the opposition. And maybe he's old enough to remember what happened in 1989 when they had, 79, I guess it was, when they had to, when the Soviets declared a lost victory, loss with Iran.
And what's interesting is that you mentioned Putin, because he made a surprise visit to Damascus today, in meetings with Assad, and you have to wonder. And of course, we'll be accused of being on the payroll, and where's my check, right? But just looking at it analytically, you don't have to, take any side, but. He comes in just like he did in 2015. Ironically, Soleimani is the one who gave him the strategy to defeat ISIS. He comes in a mess like this where he sees war on the horizon. There's no benefit to Russia if this thing blows up in the Middle East. No question about it. So here he does come in. Is he a peacemaker? I don't think it's because he's a peacenik, but I think he looks at the situation more analytically. You mentioned Pompeo. Pompeo and Pence, they lie. Every single sentence is a lie. And the problem is when you base the policy off of the lies you tell, it's basically garbage in, garbage out. You can't come up with a good policy when all of the basis for making that policy is false. And that's the problem that we're facing.
When I hear the two, Pence and Pompeo speak, I think they think that every American citizen is an idiot, and they're going to gobble this up. A lot do, and it's constant, it's incessant, and it is done by the experts on TV, and a lot of people fall in line. But most of these people who fall in line that quickly, they can't be dependable, and they finally turn against them. And they did this with look how negative they look on the war on Iraq, and yet everybody was for it. So it'd be amazing if they can accomplish this and get the people really generating enough enthusiasm to really go back to war on Iraq. And that's what we're doing. I mean, it's Iraq now, I see them as very close to Iran.
Yeah.
And sanctions. So all that effort, and the answer is, we just don't have enough sanctions on Iraq. We saved them. We created their country. But if people would say, yeah, sanctions are sort of like the kind of thing you do when you're at war.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have a hot war, it usually creates a hot war. So they have to have a tremendous desire to be rulers and running an empire to overlook the common sense of how stupid these policies are and how many lives are lost, how many American families and people suffer the consequences, and how many people we have to kill. One of the worst statement that ever came out of this transition was when they asked Madeleine Albright, well, that bombing in the bombing of Syria for almost a decade, that 500,000 children and people died from this. And she dismissed it. Well, that's the price you have to pay.
Yeah.
So that to me is so tragic.
Yeah, in Iraq, I mean, we destroyed it for 30 years now. We've been destroying it, and now we're threatening it again. But the thing that really is just depressing in a way is how strong the propaganda is. And as I predicted yesterday, there was a lot of pushback to our show on the assassination of Soleimani. Interestingly enough, Moon of Alabama has an article up this morning where they point out that we actually were allied with Soleimani. There is the Wikipedia page where it shows that joint commanders of an operation in Afghanistan were a U.S. general and Soleimani. So it wasn't always that way. But the propaganda is so strong, the pushback is, so you think it's great, you think it's terrible that we killed a guy who's responsible for the deaths of 600 Americans. And as Scott Horton at the Libertarian Institute, a good friend of ours, he had a really good blog post. He said, this is an absolute lie. First of all, that is blaming the Iranian Shia militia for every single American killed by these roadside bombs, which is not technically, they're not capable of doing. And the second thing, and actually this was backed up by Matthew Ho, who, as we know Matt, and he was there. He said, I was there, and I will tell you, these IEDs were Iraqi-made, Iraqi-manufactured, and placed by Iraqis. This was not an Iranian operation. So this is a propaganda lie, just like all of the ones that they make, Saddam's WMDs, et cetera, et cetera. This is a propaganda lie, and it sticks in the minds of Americans, and they want to use it to make us look bad, right, to make us look like we love this guy, when we just have to look at the facts. So I guess I would close by saying something that Dr. Paul said. This is all interesting, but guess what? The withdrawal is happening anyway. The U.S. admitted that a repositioning was taking place. They got to take troops out of Baghdad because it's no longer safe to have our military in Baghdad. That's what happened. That's the results of bad foreign policy when you believe your own lies. Supposed to make us safer? Supposed to stop a war, Trump? Well, it looks like it's starting one. We can't even have our military there. And frankly, they're not even wanted. So as Dr. Paul said in his column yesterday, it's probably a good idea for them to listen to the Iraqi democracy, bring these troops home. The mission is over. There's no reason for us to be there. Why have these guys out there waiting to get killed for nothing?
Very good, Daniel. I want to finish up with another rumor that's going around. It's been in the news, and it's frightening because I think there's still a lot of people serious, and that is the restoration of the draft. And this is serious because once it does a couple things. One, it endorses the principle maybe we're going to be in a hot ground war, which I keep arguing that they're not that stupid. And the other thing is it's the statement that the state owns us. The income tax is a statement that they own our income and they own our life, and they take it and allow us to keep some at their bidding. But when they say that they can draft you when they need you at a certain age and discriminate and all these things that they do, I think it's a bad sign. You may say, well, who would want to do that? Would Trump want to do that? And I think that Trump isn't the one that's going to want to send troops and tanks and all there. He wants to talk tough. And the draft might be a way to talk tough because he really praises the military. He really gets emotional about building up the military. And he's capable of doing it. But the neocons would love this. And he is influenced by neocons. They're the ones who were advising him before the assassination was occurred. So he is susceptible to this. So I hope this goes away, but there were, several articles over the weekend about this. Maybe the draft will have to come back, which would be a horrible, horrible sign. And we just have to be alert to that. Of course, it's always possible because if we continue to do what we're doing now, and even as our empire weakens, there's going to be somebody in office who's going to be more desperate to survive, and that is with the use of ground troops in order to maintain their empire. But we have a lot of places to go. And we have control and troops in 150, 160 countries. So to cover our bases there, we would need a lot more personnel. So the answer, of course, is very easy, it's very simple, and it's very constitutional, and it's very moral, and that is that we should have a non-interventionist foreign policy. We should mind our own business, take care of our country, have our protection, but not get involved in internal affairs of other nations. And we have to pay a price by people taking away our liberties, as it's been happening ever since 9/11. It's not going to work. The people are going to be disgusted, and their voices aren't heard. Right now, I just don't believe this country's as bad as what I hear on the evening news. That is just horrible. So that is why we have to generate some excitement and interest to hear another message other than what we've been hearing so far from the mainstream media. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
Alrighty, got one from Pastor Dial titled My Take on the Soleimani Assassination.
Well, all right, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of YouTube. I guess no time is better than the present right now for me to go ahead and give out my take on the Soleimani attack, where the U.S. decided to deploy some airstrikes and kill Iranian's general. And let me say this. I want everybody to please listen to me, okay? Anytime we receive knowledge, which is the truth, it reveals how ignorant we've been in the past. And of course, we are all still learning. All right, so what do we have going on here? And this is my take. And I realize that news media, I realize that everybody likes jumping out in front of news and giving their own take about particular things because it's the same old theater, same old dog and pony show. Everybody's got something to say. And most people, when they are saying it, they don't really truly do their due diligence concerning an investigation. They usually just go ahead and give you their vain opinion, or they usually are repeat boxes for what somebody else has said. Now, I don't want to do that. I want to give you what I've gathered after listening to many different sources, both pro and con, positive, negative, whatever you want to call it. Okay. We've got to define a few things because it's kind of like courtroom strategies and procedures. Because when these people get out up in front of the news media and they begin to talk to you and begin to speak to you, and they use certain words, these words are there to, I'm going to define it as be a cloak of maliciousness, to not really truly give you the intent and the purpose of why we're saying certain things. One of them is intimate. We hear Pompeo and a lot of other people talk about and use it all the time, imminent. When you and I think of intimate, we automatically think about an intimate attack. All right, we're thinking about that it's something that's got to take place right now, but that's not in their comprehension and understanding. It's a possibility of something that could be. So the deception and the fix is in, the spin is in, and the twist is in. All right. Then President Trump says that, well, if the Iranians attack, we have 52 cultural sites targeted. And most people go, okay, we got 52 cultural sites targeted. Let me translate again. In other words, we have 52 religious sites targeted. And America, in my opinion, and I think I can give an opinion, and I'm going to give you some of my resume to tell you the reason why I give an opinion. I grew up in America like anybody else. When I joined the military at 18, 19 years old, I forget which one it was, somewhere along in there, I think it was 18, I was just as dumb, stupid, dormant as anybody else was. I went in, with an illusion that whatever I'm doing, I'm actually doing it for the country, blase, blase, blase. The Constitution and, all this rhetoric, all this fictitious Mr. Rogers make-believe ideal that they paint and, puts in our minds like the news media do constantly all of the time. All right? So I went in under that, not knowing anything. But after 10 years, and after getting out as a staff sergeant, I served in the 82nd Airborne Division, the 3rd Infantry Division, and a Joint Readiness Training Center in Op 4 down in Fort Polk, Louisiana. So I've been around the block a few times. And so in case many of you, the first time you're hearing me, you don't think I know what the hell I'm talking about, I do. After I got out of the military, politics became an interest to me because I wanted to know why we were doing certain things we were doing and why we're there. And of course, I've learned more than anything that anytime a politician's mouth is moving, they're lying. Well, I see the same script. I see the exact same script taking place right now that is taking place when we ousted Saddam Hussein. And mind you, Saddam Hussein used to be invited to dinners at the White House. I mean, a personal buddy of the United States of America. I'm telling you, when up in the 80s, the 70s and late 80s and stuff, when they were going against the Ayatollah Khomeini, Saddam Hussein was I'm telling you, he was right there buddying up with Reagan, buddying up with Bush, the whole 9 yards. And most people, you know, they forget a lot of things. And the reason why they forget it, because it's more convenient to forget it than to remember. Now, there are a lot of things that I simply just wipe out of my mind, that I simply just don't care about. I literally wipe out of my mind. Because I don't want my mind cluttered with a lot of nonsensical stuff that really truly don't mean anything. But when it comes to things that are going on in this world, you better believe I pay attention to it. So here's my take, because I can't make a video without somebody asking, Pastor Dow, what is your take? Pastor Dow, what is your take? Pastor Dow, what is your take? We're waiting to hear from you. And I did. I waited. And I'm telling you, I studied this thing. I've listened to, I can't tell you how many hours of videos, listen to different perspectives. And what I mean listening to different perspectives, I'm talking about retired politicians. I'm also speaking about alternative news sources like Al Jazeera, CNN, Fox News, and everybody has their own particular opinion and perspective and outlook about a lot of things. But I'm telling you, I see the script as being the same. I do. I see that for some reason, the United States of America has Iran in their crosshairs. And let me also define another definition here for a second, called sanctions. You know, anytime that you, another country, i.e. America, imposes sanctions on another country, that is actually a declaration and an act of war. That's what's really truly going on. It's just kind of like the Cold War in the 80s. But it is a declaration of war, because what's happening is that you're seeking to undermine the people of that country, and you're hoping that you can turn the middle class and the poor and everybody else against the leaders of that country, so that they would rise up in protest and oust the leaders of that country, so that the United States of America can put their puppet masters in power and end up controlling them. And so that's why sanctions are imposed, because ultimately the people who get hit is not the rich, not the people who are running the country, it's the middle class and the poor. Because the rich, they got enough money to be able to wave the storm. Be it food, resources, it makes no difference. It's the people in the middle and the poor people that actually get hit whenever another country imposes sanctions on another country. It's a declaration and act of war. Now, mind you, I understand that we're all entitled to our own opinion, and we're literally not entitled to our own facts. But people are asking, so here it is. I've seen that, or what I've gathered was, and before I can't, my thoughts just keep running. If y'all look at that map on Google, and if y'all looked at and seen Afghanistan, Kuwait, Baghdad, Iraq, all these, Pakistan, all these staging areas. I looked at that map this morning, and Iraq, watch this, is surrounded by over 40 military bases. 40 United States of America military bases. You know what that is really called in the military? They're called staging areas and staging points. That means if we have it in our agenda to do some type of preemptive strike on another country and stuff, it takes a while to build that thing up. And once we have our bases in place, it's easy for us to go ahead and have a launching pad. 40 bases surround this country. So let's ask ourselves a question. Do we really truly believe that the Iraqis want a war with the United States of America? The answer is hell to the no. Nobody in their damn right mind wants to do that. So what's going on? This is all about politics. This is all about dictatorship. This is all about war. This is all about undermining. This is all about deception. Every bit of it is. I see the same script playing out as I seen with Saddam Hussein. Now, mind you, am I against America? No, but I am against treacherous lies. I am against leading people in deception, to making them think one way when it's another. This man, Soleimani, actually, he was going to actually do some type of a negotiation or give his opinion on the talks against the Saudis, or Saudi Arabia, that's like people saying, and the Iranians in reference to going forward, because we know that the Saudis and America and the Iraqis and Great Britain and the French and all this and stuff, you know, we know that these people have somewhat of a love affair with Israel. And yeah, I had to throw that in there because anytime you throw Israel in there, everybody, the first thing they want to do is holler anti-Semitic, but you ain't gonna get me to play that dog and pony show. The problem is that we got the same script being played out again as we did with Saddam Hussein. And America is actually provoking this country right here. They say that he killed all these people and he was going there to kill and stuff, but America has said a lot of crap. Go back and look at what they said about Saddam Hussein. Did we find weapons of mass destruction? Yes or no? Don't give me a bunch of rhetoric. Don't give me a bunch of damn innuendos. Don't give me a bunch of damn passionate opinions. Just answer the damn question. Did we find weapons of mass destruction? Yes or no? And the truth is, since the jury is out still deliberating, of those of us who are part of the court of public opinion, did we really truly get Osama bin Laden? Let's answer that question. Oh, we got him and we bet him and see, and we don't want to make sure that people have no reason to put a shrine up and everything else. Do we really believe that? I don't. I think that America has Iraq in its crosshairs. And I think since they're sending a lot of my brothers from the 82nd Airborne Division over there and they're building up in a major force, I think that our next move is to destabilize the Middle East. Now, you know, I forget, what is that document? What is that document that talked about how they're following, the New World Order is following a plan. And their plan is going a little bit slower than expected, but they're doing it. They're destabilizing the Middle East. And of course, when you destabilize the Middle East, what are you doing? Actually, in no uncertain terms, we're protecting Israel. My question is why do we give all that money to Israel? Why in the world do we give all that money to Israel? And what benefit of it? How does it benefit us in any way, shape, fashion, form? I mean, when these Zionists came into play after Hitler and stuff, and according to the Balfour Agreement there in 1942, when Great Britain and United States came and they made the agreement, they took some Germanic, Scandinavian, Europeans and decided to stick them in the land of Israel, these Ashkenazis, and call them Israelis, thereby trying to get you thinking that when you hear the word Israel, that they're talking about the biblical people of the book, and they're not. My question is, how long are we going to be drinking the damn purple Kool-Aid? How long are we going to continue to be believing lies? You know what? I got to continue this. I just cannot stop. There's no way I can get this in one video on this phone right here because I only have a certain amount of time to record and upload. We'll come back with part 2, and I'm going to give you some more of what I believe to be facts concerning this Soleimani attack and this death right here, and how the Iranians are responding to this.
Alrighty. Pardon me. Got one from High Impact Vlogs titled WTF Just Happened? Golden Globes, Gervais, Epstein, and Paydos.
Hey guys, I just want to talk to you for a couple minutes. A lot of people are getting on to me saying, hey, you can't say that Jeffrey Epstein's alive. I've never said that Jeffrey Epstein's alive. I've just said I don't believe he's dead. That doesn't mean I know or have proof that he's alive. Something we have to understand, and I thought we had come to an understanding by now, is that you can't believe anything that mainstream, lamestream, fakestream media says. I don't care if it's left mainstream media or right mainstream media. It's all propaganda. We already know from their own documents that the CIA infiltrated mainstream media a long time ago to initiate their propaganda campaign on the masses. The social engineers control the show. They write the script. They have their stage actors in place. And any bit of information they release to you or me is information they wanted you to see. Look at all the stuff they released from the JFK assassination. Lone gunman, just pounding it into the psyche of the masses. Lone gunman Lee Harvey Oswald. And then they conveniently eliminate that guy, and dead men tell no tales. You can't believe everything, and I would go so far as to say you can't believe anything mainstream or government sources say. I thought we'd known this by now. I've never made a statement saying, I guarantee you Jeffrey Epstein's alive. I guarantee you he's on a beach somewhere in Tel Aviv awaiting, facial, plastic surgery so he can live his life sipping margaritas with the senorita, young senoritas. I've never said that. You can't say that. You can't say, I guarantee you he's dead, or I guarantee you he's alive. There's no guarantees, but there are some guarantees. I can guarantee you mainstream, lamestream, fake stream media lies. You can watch them set up fake scenes. You can watch, I put it in a video yesterday, I put just a small clip in where they were setting up a protest scene. Getting all the protesters together, getting all their signs together so that the interviewer, or the person with the microphone, the CNN talking head, can stand in front of that scene, that tightly shot, highly controlled, mega scripted scene. That's how they do it. And we know from Edward Bernays, just read his book Propaganda. The whole goal of social engineers is to rewire the minds of the masses to accept eventually a global governance. Crying out for government to help, even though that's completely antithetical to any kind of freedom you could ever possibly have. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We know from historical precedent after historical precedent, if you can believe what they say, because that's all highly controlled and manipulated. But with the advent of the internet, we have an advantage. We have a huge advantage because we can cross-reference things and find out, okay, was this part in history? Is this actually true? And then find out another story. And you don't even have to be boxed into believing anything. Listen to everything, believe nothing. You don't have to believe anything. Because let's face it, everything that they're giving you, you have to exercise some measure of faith in. You have to buy into it, and that's what they want you to do. Is they're hoping for you to buy into this. It's like a big marketing scheme, and their product is deception. And if you buy into it, you're hooked. They got you. They can slip more products into your brain and make you more mesmerized. It's like this Ricky Gervais thing.
Let's have a laugh at your expense, shall we? Remember, they're just jokes. We're all going to die soon, and there's no sequel. They're just jokes.
Do you think that the club would actually get this guy up on stage at the Golden Globes to speak if he wasn't part of the club? Yeah, what he said was just, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Oh my God, I can't believe he just roasted Apple like that. Oh my God, I can't believe he just called out perverted Hollywood pedos like that. Why can't you?
NBC clearly don't care either. Fifth time. So, I mean, Kevin Hart was fired from the Oscars because of some offensive tweets. Hello?
Hello? One of the best things for them to do to get the spotlight of perversion off of them is to mock it in public. Why are we surprised at this? Ricky Gervais was invited by the club to speak at a big club Golden Globe event because he's part of the club. Do you think the club owners didn't think that Ricky Gervais would say the things that he said?
Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies.
Do you think that wasn't approved by the higher echelon? Do you think that Tom Hanks, when they showed Tom Hanks,
Chris Weatherman is actually live now. I'm going to go ahead and take it on over to him. Let me get this up here. Okay, here's the audio.
Them to start some shenanigans. James Johnson says 6 to 12 B-52s. B-52s are also in the air. I don't have Plane Tracker up. If any of you know how to use Plane Tracker, pull that up. You'll be able to see all the excitement that's happening. I just don't have it up at the moment because I don't have enough screens. Are we officially at war with Iran? Kelly, no, not yet. The Democrats probably won't allow Trump to declare war unless a whole bunch of Americans are killed. Then they're not going to be able to not allow that. But are they launching for Iran or So Rick Stegmeyer, they launched their missiles out of Iraq, and they're still launching. The second wave, what I mentioned in my initial post, there will be 2. The second one is happening right now. So the attack is ongoing. Our response is just spooling up. So like I said, we're going to start looking for sleeper cells here in our country. That's active and taking place as we speak. They're all Kyle Hunter. I only saw one report of KIAs. I can't confirm, and I haven't talked to anybody who can confirm. I talked to a friend in Okinawa who said everything there was normal. He had no idea it was even going on. And he was on the Marine base there. Patrick, yeah, Patrick, you're right. That's what they're going to be toting. Probably, those AIMs are going to be taking out radar sites. Is this on ham radio yet? And I don't know. I only have my antenna up, so I can't even get on a net. Sammy Sahab's asking about if we had the defense systems up as far as missile interception. And yeah, I know some missiles were taken out because only 6 of them hit Erbil from the initial report that I got. But there were more than that launched. So some of them were obviously taken down. And yeah, Putin flew into Turkey today, I think it was. So he's in theater too. That's kind of worrisome to me because I can't imagine the Iranians doing anything on this level without some kind of assurances from somebody. And since last week they were conducting operations with China and Russia, it makes you wonder. The timing is kind of coincidental. And also, one thing to note, they launched their attack at 1:20 a.m., which was the same time that we struck Soleimani and killed his ass. So reports 20K. Yeah, the chief executive doesn't declare war. Congress has that power. I don't know. I think that I'd have to look back, Chuck. I believe that the president can say a state of war exists, and then Congress has to approve it or something to that effect. I have to look that up again, but yeah, no, they did not launch just at Camp Taji. They've hit 3 separate bases, Erbil, Tajis, and I don't know where the third one is yet. I've yet to hear. Any confirmations of support from our allies? No. Most of them were pulling their ass out of Iraq really fast when all this went down. There's more than 8 to 10, Brandon. There's been the numbers that I'm seeing are upwards of 60 and more have been fired. The president set to address the U.S. shortly. I haven't heard that, Greg Pimlott, but if he is, I need to watch that. Syria today and Turkey now, yeah. So Putin being in theater is worrisome. Yeah, there are no confirmed injuries yet, Laura Lee, because I posted this was happening hours ago, and the media is just catching up. So you got to remember, you're going to be hours behind what's actually happening. You're not going to know till tomorrow morning probably that we've actually lost people there, and I'm fairly certain we have lost people there. I've got a friend, another asset that I've talked to that feeds little things to me, and he's got friends in theater there right now. They're not military, but they are government, and he can't reach any of those people on their sat phones. None of them are answering, and so he's worried about that. This plane's ever Chris, have you read Day of Wrath? Yep. That's what I said, Jerry. They're starting to look for those guys now. They're starting to hunt them down. And they were treading on turn the hashtag hard revenge. Yeah, Larry, that's they're calling an Operation Soleimani or Martyr Soleimani, in recognition of him and his attack, which, like I said, they launched at the same time, 1:20 a.m. this morning at their time, which is the same time we took him out the other day. Yeah, Al-Assad Air Base is one of them. Just in case. Yeah, I ordered fuel. It's coming. My fuel truck will be here in the morning, I hope. Yeah, Robert Wallace, Trump completely has the authority to retaliate right now in defense. He can defend Americans wherever. And Ike Harris, you're right. China and Russia do have a lot to lose. I'm considering that what Russia's play here would be more along the lines, anything bad for America is good for Russia. And they probably told the Iranians, go ahead and do this thing. When they hit back, if they hit too hard, we'll step in and tell them to back off, or we're going to come in and join the fray, which would naturally ratchet down the level of intensity. Casualties for Iraqi personnel. Well, there's going to be casualties. I imagine there's civilian casualties. The stuff they shot at us are Scud-like. They're not very accurate. I'm getting reports too of stuff falling outside of the bases, landing in towns and fields and everything else. I read a galleon. The news sources, Twitter, really best place in the world. These guys pick it up faster than anybody else. I just happened to be ahead of them tonight because I got the word, Fox News reporting President Manager. Okay. Yeah, Julie Eklund, a lot of guys are rolling right now. There's a whole lot of stuff. There's Marines on an aircraft carrier. There's the flotilla heading that way right now. So there's all kinds of stuff in motion. Yeah, Patrick Hedrick. We're not going to hear anything about casualties for a while. I'm fairly certain. Yeah. Well, James, this is confirmed. These strikes are happening, brother. You know that. Once the media starts talking about it, saying that bases are being hit, and the Pentagon's confirming it, of course they're going to talk it down. Of course, Jerry Sinclair Pelosi's already blaming the president. They've been blaming the president since they hit Soleimani. We knew this was coming. But yeah, they're not going to release. There's going to be a delay. There's always going to be a big delay. Anything we know has already happened. It's already occurred, and they'll dribble it out to us over time and what they want us to know. I got a feeling they're kind of keeping a lid on this because it may be more. It may be a bigger thing and a little more devastating than they're letting on, and they're being cautious with releasing that info. Yeah, Bobby, that's good. If UK sent subs over Tomahawks, they're probably going to get to spend those Tomahawks. Yeah, well, and Eric Carroll, yes, the president can do it without a declaration of war. Hell, we invaded Iraq under Bush without a declaration of war. Further attacks via cyber, yes. I listened in today on a FEMA conference call where the entire discussion was cyber attack. They're already at work doing it. They're already hitting stuff, and everybody was talking about how to deal with it. We're just going to send it. Yeah, we're going to send it. I have a feeling we're sending it already. Yeah, politicians aren't going to waste a good. Jeez, you guys are so. I can't keep up. Holy crap! You don't like where we are looking for super shows. No, that was personal source. Green, that was a personal source. So, which frequency I am? I don't know. I don't have my HF up. I want to get it up in the morning, so I can start listening to the Air Force frequencies and stuff because I'm pretty sure they are busy as hell right now. Start watching for Cobra Ball. That's one of the things you'll see when they're up. They're always up. It's not a thing when you see Cobra Ball up, but that's our early warning nuke deal. There's always one or two of those in the air, but I can guarantee you're going to start seeing a lot of Cobra Ball flights. You have to work in DC tomorrow. I hate your luck. I wonder how many actually hit out of the New York fire. White Harris, there were a lot of misses. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, they're gonna see what air power can do, but they're also spooling up the air defense. Man, you guys I can't keep up here. Trying to. Sleeper cells, attacking if we retaliate. Crystal, they're already starting to look for them. Sleeper cells, you can bet your ass somebody's gonna do something here. I have no doubt. So Twitter feeds to follow for this info. I'll give you guys a couple Twitter feeds to follow. First one is the Intel Crab. The Crab's a bit of an annoying prick, but he's always right. I mean, he's not always right. He's always pretty accurate. Sorry, I'm getting text. Yeah. I'm sorry, let me reply. Intel Crab is one. Let me give you guys some more here. Hang on. Where is Twitter? Strategic Sentinel is another feed to watch. And Global Military Info is another good one. Conflict News is another good one. DEFCON Warning System, yeah, no, I follow them, but so see, DEFCON Warning System sitting here saying they're still not confirming any of this is occurring. It's occurring, trust me. Yeah, U.S. military sources confirmed missile attack. Confirmed in Iraq, unknown if cruise missiles are SRBMs, which are short-range ballistic missiles. Iranian state TV releases footage of the moment missiles were launched. If you've probably seen that if you're watching the news, they're just showing those little glowing orbs disappearing into the sky. Mid-hitting towns in Iraq, what Iraqis do? Well, Karen Merchant, the Iraqi parliament just voted to ask us to get the hell out of their country. So Iraq and Iran are going to be hand-in-hand buddies here pretty quick. And China stepped in as soon as they did that vote and told Iraq that they are more than happy to provide military support. So the stage is changing, folks. And yeah, Eric, I can imagine what the IDF is doing right now. They've wanted to kick Iran in the face for a long time. I've got a feeling they may get their opportunity here this time. Let's see. Yeah, I hope James Johnson. I sure hope Iraq doesn't, or Iran, or Russia doesn't give Iran a nuke. There's also a ton of Iranians in Brazil, folks. Not widely known. They have a massive footprint down there, along with the Russians. So them two are getting cozy down there as well. There's so much stuff that's at play here. It's kind of worrisome. I don't know how many people are watching. You guys are throwing numbers up. I don't know. I can't see numbers. So, and I'm trying to keep up with all this shit because my phone won't stop going. Let's see. You're not coming to my house. Let's see here. Twitter's urgent preparations in motion for President Trump to address the nation. See, so if urgent preparations in motion, this is a bigger deal than they're making out to be. Yeah, Baghdad, they're saying is quiet at the moment, but that's probably going to change. Earlier today, there were rockets falling around the embassy in the green zone. Let's see. Multiple U.S. bases under attack in Iraq against West Korea. Yeah, all right. You guys are just saying the same shit over and over. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we got it out ahead of the media, and it was legit. So I know it took a while, and everybody was calling BS on it. But it was legit. I wouldn't have posted something like that if it wasn't happening. Because you wouldn't believe the number of things like this that come my way. People send to me, telling me this is happening or that is happening, and blah 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 blah. You know, like the whole UN disarmament thing. Everybody was sending that to me the other day. A bunch of you probably saw it. Yeah, the reason the UN's looking for people to do disarmament work in New York is because UN's based out of New York. They're not going to do it here. They can't. So, and I didn't post that. But stuff like this, when it's a legit deal from a very, very, very reliable source, I will post it. Will you post what site you follow after the video? I don't have Twitter, but we'll sign up tonight. Yeah, Green, I already said a bunch, but I'll try to do a post, just a text post, and put them in there for you guys. If you want, just hit me, look for me on Twitter, and then you'll see all my retweets and stuff. Around security at the airbase work. Yeah, I bet so. Intel Crab suspended. When did that happen? Did someone just suspend the Intel Crab from Twitter? That's odd if it did, because let's see. Intel Crab and two others. I see Crab still online as far as I can see. Let's hope the Crab didn't get suspended. If he did, he'll be back. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be an Iranian tonight either. But I wouldn't want to be a U.S. service member in Iraq tonight either. Patrick Hedrick, you like that? That's a pretty nice one. He is. I like it. It was a gift. What's this? All right, hang on. Let's see. Someone just sent a picture of something. What does this say? Iran is warning that if there is retaliation for the 2 waves of attacks, they launch the 3rd wave will destroy Dubai and Haifa. Air Force has been deployed. Everybody's ratcheted it up. No one is backing down. Yeah. So just replying to my folks. Okay. Yeah, so if they know we're going to reply, so I sure hope Dubai's got a bunch of damn Patriot batteries around it. It's going to, yeah, oil's already moving. The price of oil is already moving, spiking. Yeah. This comes from my good old buddy Charlie Hogwood. He says oil is spiking but holding until the BDA, which is bomb damage assessment, is released. They're waiting to see if any Americans were injured. If so, all bets are off. Pompeo and Esper arrived at the White House soon after attack. Probably time to buy some defense stocks. If you ain't got money in Northrop Grumman, you might want to get some. Yeah, I heard something about a refinery in Saudi being bombed. I haven't heard of the Saudi refinery being bombed. There's a huge one in Iraq that'll probably get hit. Maybe, it depends on how cozy-feely, touchy the Iranians are going to be with the Iraqis. Do you think our biggest threat here in Congress is cyber warfare? Susan Benson, yeah, cyber warfare for certain, as well as sleeper cells. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost certain we're going to see some sort of terrorist attacks here in the country. You can just about count on it. So, Madison Cole. So, what happens now? War happens now. That is what's happening now. Consider facts until the info is released. What? Not everyone. If it comes from you, I consider it facts until. Oh, thank you, Ethan. Oh, this is legit. I'm not going to BS you. Yeah. Well, Laura Lensman, it takes time for this stuff to get out, I just happen to have someone in place that saw it and made a call, and I could tell just by the tone of his voice he was not BSing me. Yeah, Kuwait's on high alert. They're evacuating families. Yep. Yeah. Early reports say no U.S. casualties. I wouldn't believe what Fox is saying about no casualties yet. You can guarantee if there are any, they're putting a lid on that for now. Because if they started sending out that we were having massive casualties, that would be a big deal. And our folks knew this was coming too. They detected the launches. They picked up on it. They knew it was coming. So it's not like everybody was just out in the middle of the, wandering around the base kicking rocks or some shit when this stuff landed. I keep hearing cyber attacks and full cash. Bobby, you can expect, yeah, I mean, they're probably going to hit banks, but more infrastructure is what I'm worried about. But yeah, cyber attacks are going to happen. They're probably happening right now. I mean, hell, earlier today, people were fighting. Chris Worth. I'm not even going to read that on the screen, but that's funny shit. Yeah, be prepared for attacks on the grid. Jesse Burnett, you're absolutely right. Any military members that know anything and family members of military members that have been told something. Remember, loose lips sink ships. If you know something that is about to happen in the USA, side shut it. That's a good call. The stuff I'm talking about is things that already happened. Well, I'm not going to talk about our response until stuff has already occurred, things that I've heard. There's still some other things that are occurring. The only thing I mentioned was the F-35s up in the air, and I gave it about a 45-minute window before I even mentioned that. Heard a loud bang and all the lights are out. Also, her hubby works on base and it's on lockdown. Yeah, Sherry Breen, I bet the base is on lockdown. But if you heard a loud bang, the lights went out. That could have just been a transformer blowing up. Yep, confirmed. B-52s out of Bossier City, Louisiana. Word is overseas deployment. Will not disclose the destination. Probably the same place they sent the other ones the other day. Was it Diego Garcia or somewhere like that? They sent a bunch. And I heard there are some airborne with a bunch of Tomahawks on board. Don't know if that's legit or not. The national media gives Raymond, yeah, Lake County Redneck, that's it. And yeah, it is open season Bubba Wallace, it is open season in the Middle East on Americans. They said that. The Iranians said they were going to do that. They have also threatened the mainland U.S. if we respond. There's not much they can do here. They can't get here. They don't have any sea lift, airlift capability other than what's already here. Yeah, you will not know any of our sources if they are given publicity. Most will become very, very silent. James White, you are very correct, or very, very dead, or very, very otherwise indisposed to contact them. Yeah. Yes, I am always just a redneck, lovely. No. Where'd you go? You left the room. She was in here. She took off. About to eat some mushrooms tonight, but whiskey always. Oh, very good, Rebecca. I like it. Thank you. Let's put F-14s, F-4s. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Eric brings up a good point. You know, and you guys have to remember, we started all this shit in what 1953. We went in and overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and installed the Shah. You guys remember that? So yeah, the Iranian Air Force is comprised of old-ass F-14s and F-4s that do not have repair maintenance schedules that they should be on because they're the embargoes and the sanctions and everything against them. So their Air Force is laughable. Chris, second time, brother. Did drive a diesel. Yeah. High prices. Tell me about it. Is Incirlik safe? I haven't heard anything about that yet. Hasn't come up. Yeah, Kip, you're right. The proxy war is over. This is head to head now. Here from the current Communist Republic of California. Tom, you have my condolences. That's one of the places that sleeper cells were mentioned to me today. Do I think it will end up on American soil? To a degree, but I don't think it's going to be open combat. What could very well happen is, man, you guys are so fast. Shit. Pray for a second. Yeah, I hope your cousin's safe. Sleeper cells in your soil. Ethan, yeah, they did threaten that. Chris called me after the broadcast. I will do that, Michael. Text me if there's an issue here. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for the Twitter accounts to follow. You're welcome, Skinny Medic, brother. D-Chick. If you guys need medical stuff, if you're looking for IFACs, any goodies like that, look up Skinny Medic. You can't buy from a better guy. Good friend of mine who I buy from. Very good dude. So no damage casualty report will come out until after we get back. Yeah. And those, even without USKI, the missiles are not accurate enough to pinpoint actually. Yeah, Greg, that's what I said. There are a bunch of their crap's missing that's landing in the desert and wherever else, but still some of them are hitting, you know, and they're very well could be casualties because these aren't mortar shells. You know, these are short-range ballistic missiles. So make them glow. Let's not say make them glow, Alan. If we turn this to that type of game, others will get involved. Yeah, Chris Smith, thank you. It was Diego Garcia. They sent the B-52s to the Buffs. I just hope this won't interfere with my beer and weed, Sam. Well, I hope it doesn't too, brother. So, only during Obama's here now. We hope. As far as is known in the intel community, the Iranians do not have enough material to make even one bomb. Now, that doesn't mean that someone won't give them some or get them one. Hillary. Yeah, Hillary. Iran's Air Force is taking off from its base at the risk of becoming full-scale war. Yeah, Tom Rowe, and I told you their Iranians launched theirs, we launched ours. But yeah, the Iranians don't have enough material to make a bomb out of. Again, that doesn't mean they can't get one, because even an EMP still needs, you know, fissionable material. It still needs nuclear material, which they don't have. And Doug Chevron, I can't give you any ham freak or HF freaks to monitor because I don't have my radio up and I don't know who's talking where. So I can't give you anything on that. But that doesn't mean they couldn't do something here, you know, as far as like a suitcase one. I mean, hell, when the Soviet Union fall, there was something like 9 of those still missing from what I understand. We've already imported their ground troops. Yeah. So it's yesterday. Can I mail you some of Mel's tea? I would, but it'd go bad between here and there, Sean. Your tea.
How can he mail the tea?
He wants me to mail him tea, but it'd be
Oh,
bad luck on the other. What are your concerns for cyber attacks or physical attacks taking down our grid? Yes, cyber attacks, absolutely. Physical attacks are very possible. I wouldn't take anything off the table at the moment at all. They have my change fix. It used to be 3 point. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Joe. I need a damn pen. I don't have one. Imagine that, a writer at his desk with no freaking ink pen. I'm going to write that down. Where'd it go? 3.95. Got it. I'm going to look up that net just to check it out when I get my antenna up tomorrow night. Picture history. Subscribe. I didn't see that. I put out. If you're not a Patreon subscriber of mine, you might look at it. I put something out today for Patreon folks. If you're one of them, thank you very much. I hated to do that, but a lot of folks asked, so I did it. But I put out the first chapter of the manual that Alan Kay and myself are doing. So if you're on Patreon, you can read that. And give me some feedback. We want to know what you guys think. So, and there'll be other cool stuff coming for Patreon. I got a really cool thing. I'm going to try to get sewed up on Friday for Patreon members. That will make more of you want to do it. I know it's a shitty thing to do, but I'm trying to generate some money to make a damn TV show, folks. Russ Sawyer. Russ says we gave Turkey F4s with no ejection seats. And Brad Logsden, I'm fully expecting to see burning oil tankers in the Strait in the very near future. That's one thing Iran can do very easily, and it would be difficult for us to push them far enough from their coast that they couldn't launch those missiles. So, thanks, Ben. Travel season started up. Ooh. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be traveling right now. I'm supposed to be in LA at the moment, but I canceled that when this happened the other day. Yeah, James White, you saw it, yeah.
Yes.
Christy says she hopes you feel better. I'm in DC, going home, a good idea. Yeah, get the hell out. They sent everybody in DC home today because there's supposed to be a snowstorm. They shut down early, and this shit happens. That's just a coincidence far beyond. I mean, even when the FEMA people were on the phone today, they even said it. We're fixing to leave. There's a snowstorm coming. Has your source mentioned the direction of crude oil in the last day? No, it's just going up, though. It's spiking right now. That's why I put my order for fuel in as soon as I could. Yes, Hezbollah. Yeah, Donald Stagg says Hezbollah is working with Los Zetas and Sinaloa cartels and have weapon caches all over America. I believe that last year, some point, there were some caves found just south of the border in Mexico that were stacked full of Chinese hardware, brand new stuff, still in the crates. So much that they had to blow it in place. They didn't even try to move it. There was so much hardware there. You said you heard about something about cells here, the Congress of California for information. Not yet. There may be some coming. Tommy, if I hear about it, I'll post it up if I can, what I can. Some things I can't post up. Where's Walt Browning? Walt's at home right now. I was just talking to him today. He's working on the next book, and then I'll get my shot at it, and then we'll have you guys do one of those too. You done? Andrew, sorry to answer the phone earlier, dude. I'll call you when we get done, Andrew. Chris Iron has MiG-29s, Mirage F1s, Su-22s. They do, but they still also have F4s and F-14s. So they've got a mixed bag of garbage. MiG-29s aren't bad, and the Su-22 ground attack plane, it's okay, but they wouldn't stand a chance against our stuff because the Russians aren't giving them their top line, aircraft. Is there any way on Zello we can follow? I don't have a ham radio. Gina, I don't fool with Zello very much. How the hell is the media so far behind their mission? They're saying a dozen missiles. Shit, no, it's way more than that, Patrick. I've heard, like I said, over 60. Take out a few major power stations or screwed. They don't have to take out the power stations. They can hit some key transformers and shut the grid down. There's about 12 of them in various places around the nation that if they were to take out those 12 all at the same time, you would have a nationwide blackout. They also take up to about a year, some of them more than a year to manufacture, and none of them are made here in America. So they're made in Germany, Taiwan, I think, South Korea. I forget where else, but they take a year. And we don't even possess the infrastructure now to move the damn things when they get here. They're so big they can't be moved by road. They got to be moved by rail in most cases. And we've been pulling up rail in this country for decades. John told me to get back on and listen while we eat dinner because not getting any better info anywhere else. Well, thank you, Rebecca. I'm just giving what I can. Verifying now. 18 minutes ago, Iran is warning that if there is a retaliation for the 2 waves of attacks they launched, the 3rd wave will destroy Dubai. Yeah, I said that earlier, Sandra. That came out a while ago. If you overnight the tea and get those ice packs, Madison. Man, well, Madison, when you bring your ass to Florida, you can ship him some. I'm worried about yeah, Scott Gross, I'm with you, man. Cyber attacks and terrorist attacks here is what I'm worried about. What is Patreon? James Bagnardi, hope I got that right. I hate this. It's panhandling, man. That's what it is. It's an account you set up where people just give you money. It's panhandling. I didn't want to do it, but some folks asked me to, so I did it. And I'm very grateful for that, but I feel shitty even saying I have one. Saying I have a Sprint. I don't want to register cyber attack if I have it. I would just think, Danny, yeah, a cell phone is the last thing they're going to, I mean, not last, but that they're going to be messing with bigger fish than cell phone to start with. Kyle Hunter, how about the new book? The new book, well, like I said, the manual's coming out here pretty quick. The Western Resolve will be coming out, and book 11, kind of right. You might see 3 kind of like bam, 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 like one after another. So yeah, they're all in the works. They're coming. So I was here all day today working on the manual, just tweaking some things, getting photos put in the right places. This one has pictures in it. So for those of you that can't read, there's actually shit you can look at. Yeah. Shelby, I haven't heard of anything about oil fields being bombed yet, but we know that they will. If they bomb any oil fields, though, it's going to be Saudi Arabia because they've already done it once. I'm just waiting for footage of drones tonight. You probably won't see that, Nathan. You won't see that drone footage tonight. Kelly, nothing short of persistent. And Joey, no, get your ass home, brother. I'm not coming to San Antonio. My shit is in Florida. If I was going anywhere, it'd be the mountains of Georgia. I got peoples up there. Ban U.S. flights are larger than the Middle East. Yeah, good. The FAA is smart, Rick Blaine. They should have done that. Eric Cook, good to see you in the house, brother. And there's my mom. She says she hope you feel better. How you doing, Mom?
Thank you.
The snowstorm was a joke. Yeah, it didn't happen. Yeah. Thanks, Steve Goins. I'm glad you're enjoying the books. Patreon, is it Twitter, Facebook? No, it's a separate thing. You can look up Patreon and then you can look for me. There's actually a post on my page. You can see it there. Gold and silver, jumping up gold is above 1,600. Gold's been trending up the last week. It's been moving a lot, but there's other things pushing that, not just this. This certainly ain't helping the price of gold, but there's other things too. Yeah, Christina Glenn says, these dudes trying to get some of the wife's tea. That is a marital privilege. I agree. Where's Andrew Rodriguez?
Yeah, they have to.
That's like asking, where's Waldo? West Texas Cruise more than ready to fill in those plans. Yeah, we have more oil in this country than we need, but we are burning everybody else's first, Eric. Yeah, $100 a day, Gina Wayne. That is a big jump. And it lies, Andrew Rogers. You're just mad because you can't read. Mixed for the injuries, hoping our patient. Yeah. Silver at 1880. That's a good price for silver too. This movie. Would you agree that China is a very real threat in all of this, and they have the means to give Iran the things it needs to make this a real fight? They do, and they are a threat. China's probably our biggest threat. But they also were their largest consumer market. But they play the long game. They also do not have the airlift or sea lift capacity to get here. Neither does Russia. So there's no real risk of direct action from them here, other than ICBMs. And let's hope it doesn't go that way. Pinellas County had a power outage today, and they don't know why. Well, maybe we do know why. 75. Yeah, someone's talking about ham station. Bringing in a larger propane tank next week to increase my generator runtime. Good call, Sean. Yeah, Dan, Pelosi and Shifty Shift are slobbering on himself. And what's happening? Yeah, well, it is panhandling, Richie, and I know I'm behind, guys, because there's shit's moving so fast I can't keep up. Luke DeWitt, new tank, yeah, Western Resolve, yeah, it's coming. I told him I haven't heard much about it. Yeah, Rebecca, there will be cyber attacks. You can guarantee. Bet your ass. I used to pick up the Liberty Net on Saturday. So Liberty Net runs into night at 10 Eastern, and a Prepper Net Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, and that is so that was 3.95 or maybe 3.98. If you're on HF, that's where you can find those. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I don't know what you chew, bro. Copenhagen wintergreen, man, it's a horrible habit. I know I shouldn't do it, but on days like today, Richie Ricardo says my daughter said 7 fighters flew out of Lakehurst, New Jersey, but she's a little crazy. So, well, they probably did fly out of Lakehurst. They're probably flying cap, would be my guess, which is kind of silly. No one has anything to get over here. And we'll see it long before it does. What's the color? Aaron Patterson. You guys want me to do you a coloring book? So many things in here about coloring books. Maker Bullets. What's up, Mark, brother? I was just up there in the mountains of Georgia, man. And I was just talking to somebody about your bullets, too. And I don't remember who it was, but there was quite a discussion about your hardware. And what kind of price can you get me on 5.56 right now, brother? I don't need the fancy stuff. I just need lots of it. Fuel tank. Yeah, John Lovejoy. Having a fuel tank at home, dude, that's the greatest thing in the world. I mean, I keep gas and diesel here. I wouldn't go without it. Coming back North Georgia, Robert. I was just up there. I told you guys I was up there. I was just spent a week up there, and I'll be back up there soon. So, and thank you, Samuel. I still think it's begging. Brother Bucks. Thank you, Margaret. But I've still got to get books done because that's what pays the bills around here, and I ain't done one in about a year now, and I need to make $1. I'm coming for the tea. Come on, Madison, you know where we live. Gary, just in case, that's actually a good idea. I do have a Sarge story. I will throw that to Patreon as well. Good call. It was used over on Survival Dispatch, but I'll put it on Patreon. There's some ham tech license on 3 hours. Surprise. Awesome. I don't see who that was. The name went away so quick, but congrats on getting your ham ticket. That's awesome. I hope they're okay. AA rifles. Let me get this out of the way real quick. There's 3 of you out there waiting on rifles. We're having to make some changes, and I'm fixing to call them about that. That was one of the guys that said call me after this. Yeah, and Gary, I'm doing the same thing on Patreon. I'm gonna have levels and all kinds of craziness. And a really cool thing that you only be able to get through Patreon. I'll actually tell you guys what it is. What the hell? I've been working on this for some time, but in Patreon, one of the things you're gonna be able to get at one of the levels is I'm gonna start doing morale. Do I have one? Do I have one here anywhere? Go get one off your bag. I'm gonna show you one of them. So I'm gonna show you the first patch. So I'm doing morale patches. These patches are based on the characters in the book. The only way you'll be able to get them will be by being a Patreon member. And the first patch is this. And I'll get it up here where you guys can see it. So it's the day. So the first patch is the first day in the book, kind of what happened. And then there's going to be Morgan patches and Thad and Mike and Doc and Ted and Sarge a little bit and Mel and everybody. And then 2, these are available for the TV show. Oh, they can see it over my shoulder. Big sign. But yeah, so that'll be a Patreon thing that I'm going to do for Patreon subscribers, and it also comes on a little card that tells you about the patch. It's a pretty cool thing. So that'll be coming for Patreon, and you will only be able to get it through Patreon. The only way you'll be able to get it. So Let's see here. Let me try to catch back in. And the next book of the series. It's coming, Richard. Levasseur is coming. More than 2 Oklahoma boys here. Yeah, there's a bunch of folks from Oklahoma. I was PMing with somebody earlier. You have no idea. Okay. Get a shout out to my stepson, Tim Davis. First time listener. All right, Russ. Yeah, Tim. What's going on, brother? Call in. We're taking calls now. Lines are open. Let's see. Ron Douglas. What is up, my friend? I need to pick your brain, dude. Actually, I was thinking about you recently. I need to pick your brain. West over C5, C-120s. They're flying around over Western Mass earlier. Yeah. Well, that's because the 101st Airborne's been mobilized, and they're heading out too. Huh?
Walt Browning.
Is he in?
Yes.
Oh, so Walt Browning is in the house. He's in here somewhere. I ain't seen him yet. Let's see. Bradley, Dayton, Haven, Burns. I was just in Burnsville, man. We tried to do a meet and greet. Nobody wanted to come. But I think you're the only person that actually replied to me. So, small town East Texas, they scraping their bellies. Yeah, they're all kinds of craziness. Can't mean how big of a tank. My tanks are 300 gallons. Eating grass back underground Virginia. Good for you, Mike. Glad to hear you're home. And also is the air. Go to Kevin. You are crazy. Yeah. Stump knocker. There's gonna be some cool patches. I'm trusting. Tell me, I'm trusting. I mean, trust me. I'm telling you. No on camera or off camera statements like her White House. That's interesting. How about the movie? You ever gonna make it up? Yes, I want to get up that way. I also want to get up to New York, Tulsa here, SG Ammo out of Stillwater. Yeah, SG is one of the people I use. I use Ammo Man, Ammo Land, the Armory. I check everybody, see who's got the best prices, and then I order. Turns over Nebraska coming late. Sometimes. And they give it yeah. Oh, thanks, Eric. A missing nuke. Yeah, that would be great. A lot of Ogie today making me want to break out the Crown and Coke. Yeah, Justin. I'm not drinking Crown. It's Knob Creek tonight, but I needed a drink too. Yeah, gold medal match. Nice. I got to get some federal match myself for my AT&T rifle or MCI rifle. Which one? We had the old commercial. MCI, wasn't it? Reach out and touch them. Let's see. Cry Havoc. Christina Clemens. I'm glad you're enjoying Cry Havoc. You're going to want a sequel like everybody else. And someday, I promise, I'll get to it. Wow. I am so far behind you guys. Rumor mill. Super post not addressing that. Yep. How much is your Patreon? Whatever the hell you want to throw in. I'm going to set up levels too soon. And everybody at the different levels will get something. You'll get something. So, and I've got all kinds of cool junk out there. Everything from decals and hats and shirts, as you guys know, to the rifles, to some other cool stuff that's being done. I'm going to have cups here soon. I'm going to have new T-shirts with the Schwack'em thing on it, all that stuff. It's all coming. It's all in the works. It's all time and money. And Barry, yes, you have been a good supporter. Absolutely. PM me an address and I will send you a cigar patch because that's the only one that I don't sell. What's the American Technology you teased some days back? Eli, I'll tell you what one of them is. So Eli's asking about the new tech. I was talking about the stuff is coming. There's a company that's in the power and water business. They're currently running a 14 megawatt power plant that requires no fuel, no inputs, nothing. It's even quiet. Doesn't make any noise. Once it starts, it takes a 200 kilowatt motor or 200 kilowatts of power to a motor to start the thing turning. Once it starts turning, generates 14 megawatts an hour, no inputs. And it works. It's legit. And they have a number of other things that are very interesting in the power world. Think of a generator that never needs fuel. Gonna have that for you soon. The other item is a water generator. It's essentially a condenser that pulls water out of the atmosphere, but it's very well priced, generates a lot of water, and you'd never have to worry about it. So if you live on a well, power goes out, you don't have water, set this thing outside, you got water, all you'll ever need. And I will have those soon. James, yes, we do need to get with Donnie. Donnie had a bad day, James. He called you about that accident he rolled up on. It was pretty rough. That lady she died, actually. I hate to say that, but Donnie did what he could. You'll be with Sam and Todd this weekend. Just in case. That's what I want. We need to talk again, too, because I wanted to talk to Ron about what we had talked about a while back. I want to get that rolling. We need to do that. Let's see. Dirt time here. No, up north, eh? Me too, dirt time. Me too, brother. David McInnes, I just drove through Asheville, Waynesville, the west side. I went all the way out through there just the other day. I work like a team and keep up with the fan questions. Thank you, Justin Garrett. Angry Mel does an awesome job, even though she doesn't think she does. She does an awesome job. And
job doing what?
Whatever it is you do. Come back to Ohio. Ohio.
No.
Illinois. Gina, I told you guys, get a class together. We'll come here and do it. I don't want to come to Illinois, but I will. Had a creepy crowd up here in Asheville. Yeah, Mel got some kind of garbage from Asheville up there, Burnsville. She got around the hippies, I think. Tiffany, I don't know who Nationwide Unrest is. I know it's a Facebook page. I just saw it. I don't know nothing about them. I am going to start keeping an eye on them to see what they're posting up. But I don't know. Joe Levine asking about the series or movie deal. I'm supposed to be in LA right now. I canceled that, moved it up to the 21st. So I'll fly out there. And yes, it's still in the works. This stuff just takes time. It's not a quick thing. And Missouri, I don't have any travel plans other than LA right now. But look, guys, I'm up to go wherever. If you want training and stuff, we'll come to you. I'm too busy to make just a visiting trip. And the old man, but Robert Maples. Robert Maples, that was a nod to you and your dad, brother. And Bob Maples is going to die in every book I write from now on. I'm just telling you that because I talked to him the day before he did. And your dad was nuts, but I love the guy. He was crazy as a shithouse rat. But God, he was funny. Send me some swag. Everybody wants some swag now. Let's see here. Your books have taught this gal so much. Thank you. Well, thank you, Rita. That's awesome. It's, I love hearing that because it's better to me than the actual money I make from them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the money because it keeps me from having to get a real job and be an adult. But hearing that it's waking people up and helping you guys and getting everybody working, that's what really matters. Skeptical, but look forward to more details. Eli, I guess you're talking about the energy thing. Dude, it's legit. I got a video of it operating. It's real. It's there, and you're going to be seeing them here soon. They haven't actually done the official release stuff yet. That's coming though very soon. Actually, the 20th of this month, the water stuff will be released to the world, and it's a big deal. They wanted me to come to Mexico for it, but I was like, I ain't doing it because they're not providing security or nothing, which is insane because there's so many people from the World Bank going to be there that I can't believe they're not going to have security. Hey, Chris, the Viking Heathen boys. Dude, your boys are nuts, man. He says the Viking Heathen boys from Kentucky say hi, and he ain't shitting you when he calls them Viking Heathens either. Them kids are something else. But that's how I'd want my boys to be if I had boys. So, yeah, Rick. Yeah, Donnie's the man. He really is. Any update on the next book? Shelby Blanchard. It's coming. 3 of them. You'll get 3 of them kind of in rapid succession here pretty soon. Still need to connect Murpher. What's Murpher? Christine Rodriguez. Hey, we still need to connect Murpher. Chris Moore. What are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Hey, James White. Okay. Cook County, Tennessee in the house. I love some Tennessee. I want to move up that way. I'm so bad. Burnsville. If I was DC working. Bradley, Dayton, you have my sincere condolences. You had to go to that cesspool. Next time you're up in Northwest Georgia, we need to get together for a meeting of the minds. Great things will result. Yeah, I'm trying to set something up right now, too, with some other folks for another trip up that way. Jimmy Arnold, thanks for tuning in. Those Scud missile launch don't work too good because when you hit a camel in the balls with a hammer, their head jerks and throws them off target. Jason Hoskins, you're absolutely correct. Hit a camel in the balls. Did you ban the Travis guy from trolling your post earlier today? I don't ban people from the Angry American page. We do ban the shit out of them on Angry American Survival and Preparedness. That page is very focused on one topic and one topic only. There's no skullduggery allowed in there. But on my page, I don't kick people out unless they start being real. Like the one guy I kicked out was threatening my kids, that kind of thing. So I'll throw those people out, but it takes a lot to really get banned from that page because, everybody's got an opinion. I'll let you run your gator and prove what a fool you are when you turn out to be wrong. So no input generator inventor. Dude did not suicide himself. No, Richie, these guys are still alive and well. You'll see it. Trust me. I can't believe the thing even works the way it works. As an electrician and understanding motors, internal combustion, which this is not internal combustion. It's just, I can't believe it works, but it does. Aaron Patterson, I know you guys aren't all Chicago, but you're still all Illinois. And my truck isn't legal to even drive into your state, I don't think, the way it sits at the moment. Next time you're going to wear, let us know. Betty Keatley, that might be happening soon. And Tex McBride's in Wyoming. You know that, don't you? If you live in Campbell County, look him up because he's damn sure a thorn in the side of the politicians out there. Holy hell, he just got one to resign. Tennessee Readiness. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I know there's Carolina Readiness. Carrie Miner. Minehire? I butchered that. Do I do local meet and greets? I live like 5 miles and haven't happened to bump into you yet, even though we know some of the same people. David Hicks, yeah, we're going to do something here soon. I'm probably going to do one out at maybe like Aries Range, but if you really want to, there's a survival class coming up February 29th, right here in Umatilla. Look up Urban Tactical, James Urban. That's where you can sign up for the class. I'll be there as well as an assistant instructor. So, and Mel's coming. Ladies, if you're in the Central Florida area, come to the class. I would also say that February 1, there's a tactical or a defensive pistol class, but that is sold out. I need to work on Mel to get the Weathermans to visit the frozen tundra. I don't know who said that, but hell, we love cold. I'll go anywhere where it's cold. Next one, okay. Many plans for going home live action series. Yes, we're working on it. Brandon, we're working on it. Do you come to New Jersey, AK Commyville? Hell no. No. Let's stop in San Antonio on your way home. Joey, I'm going to fly to LA. Maybe, I don't know. I might drive. And if I do, I got to stop in New Mexico and unload my truck at a buddy's house, and then I can go up. James Smith, when you coming to Florida, man? Look me up. Send me a message. Brian Estes, more Sarge coming, dude. He's in this machine right here, and he's just trapped at the moment. Barry, if you want us to come to Colorado, dude, we'll come. You just got to get the numbers right. I mean, travel, it's expensive. I plan on being there next we lose a week. It's anywhere time we go anywhere, if it's a 2-day class, it's a week for us on the front end, the back end, the whole thing. It's a week. So, the Swackham t-shirts are coming. Brian DeGroat, they are coming. The parking deck stairwells. That's scary. I don't know what that's about. I'm guessing you're talking about Seattle. Don't write your own ending. That's Mel's tattoo. Yep. So you decided not to fly over there. Good idea. Yeah, I'm not going to Mexico. I want to copy, edit, or beta read. Judy Eklund, I will have a beta read ready here soon. For you and a couple of others that are on my list to look at. But you got to be Ricky Tick on it. I ain't got time to screw around. I can't send it to you and wait 3 weeks for a return. Okay, any thoughts on what's happening in Virginia? Yeah, we can talk about that for a minute. The governor's backpedaling now. He went from confiscation to, now we're just going to do registration, but we all know that means the same damn thing. The Virginia Defense, whatever, is having their big rally on the 20th in Richmond. If you are one of the folks going to that, I would highly recommend you do not carry a long gun. I would certainly carry a handgun, concealed, or a long gun concealed for that matter. It's legal in Virginia. I'm hearing a lot of chatter that there are actors from Antifa, Black Lives Matter, the what's the other one? The Black Panthers. There's white supremacist skinhead organizations in town. Everybody's coming home or coming to Virginia for this one. And you very well could see a false flag event where someone say, like, a member of Antifa opens fire on law enforcement or anybody else to make it look like patriots did it. So if it was me personally, I'd never attend something like that. It's too high profile, especially armed. It's just a bad idea. Casey Anderson, yes, I was in Burnsville. Watch my page. I post everything on here. I always post when I'm traveling. See you later, Richard Ricardo. And I'm going to cut this off too because it's been an hour right now. Yeah, Mike, I want to come to Wisconsin. Actually, I need to go out and go hunting with an old guy named Phil. So let me see. Mulholland Dover Air Force Base, heading south. Yep. It's gonna get sporty, folks. It's already sporty in the Middle East. We're just not hearing yet. Let's take a quick look just to see if there's any oil spiking. Okay. And what is this? So technically, the head just see this one again.
Alrighty, I am gonna go ahead and call it a night. Just keep an eye out on things. This could escalate very, very quickly. So just kind of keep your eyes open. Hope you're getting ready. Anyway, God willing, we will be back tomorrow. We'll do it again. Appreciate you coming out. Hope to see you tomorrow. As always, God bless you. We love you, and be one with your spirit.